Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Well. Here we are, people. Another evening, another weekend triple treat, the second night of the treat. Yes, and like I said, we'll be having our lady guest tonight, this evening on this program to talk about the business of sports, people. Yes, of course, this program is always about upliftment, always about education, because we want you, the fans, to know these stuff so that the powers that be will not be able to, as we would say in Jamaica, go around the thing. You know what I mean? So much respect to you people. Thanks very much for the support that you have been giving to the coach's desk. What a great time we had last evening with the man Clovis de Oliveira. Yes, man, such a great personality, and we were um, blessed to have him with us. And like I said, when we enter Brazil, we ain't coming back. All right, so much respect to all the folks that are currently viewing us on Facebook as well. We appreciate you. We give thanks for the support over there on Facebook. And people, I'm also encouraging you to like up or a matter of fact, follow our other social media handle. It is very important that you follow our other social media handle. Yes, man, especially our Instagram. So quickly before our guest join us, yes, our guest is here, ready to go. We only have 1 hour with our wonderful guest. So we have Twitter. You can follow us over there on Twitter at Coach Minzy. Yes. Instagram, Coach's Desk. Go on over and follow us. On Facebook, it is Coach's Desk as well. We from time to time put up a lot of stuff on these platforms. So we're encouraging you to just go over there and like up these follow these social media handles that we have there. So yeah, people, we'll be talking about the business of sport, and I have my what can I call her? Very good friend of mine. I could call her my rabbi. uh, yes, she she taught me some of the things that I know about being in the media space at college. Yeah, man. So enough respect to our guests. Let me just get a few of the comments in. We have Fresh in the building, the comment section moderator slash manager. Big up yourself, Fresh. Young Graham in the building. Yeah, man. South Croy. All right. South Croy is very early, Jason. So you hear the lady speak. Welcome, one and all, the coaches desk. Hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already. All right. So Jason is one of our erudite member. He's a erudite squad leader, I would say, because he was the first one. London is red. Big up yourself, London is red. See, London is red in the street today, no people. Yeah, man. I feel we place him come from. Big up, London is red. He gave us a sad news, but nevertheless, just go and hold on. London is red. Just go and keep it up. Big up yourself. Andrew Chambers, blessings. Elaine is in the building. Elaine is here early to ensure that she doesn't miss. Yes, I must say again, massive respect to all the persons who came out last evening to watch the interview with the man, Coach Clovis de Oliveira. Yes, man, it was a great interview. Elaine is saying, Coach, good evening. I'm expecting big laugh from you tonight. Your team win. I remember myself always laughing at Elaine. Good to know a lady will be addressing us tonight. All right, so CB, are you ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready, because I noticed you were kind of setting up. That's why I was prolonging. So when you're ready, just give me a thumbs up. Let me know if you are ready. Yes, Jason. Yeah, my way. All right, so she's ready. So let's bring her in. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and the like button together and welcome Carole Beckford. Welcome, Miss Beckford.
Hi,
It's
Coach.
good.
How are you?
I'm doing well. It's good to have you here on the coach's desk. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I'm doing well. I was trying to put in my headsets, but I couldn't find them. That's why I was digging up my bag.
Okay. Okay. All right. So that now that you're here, we know that you have other things to go and take care of. So we're not gonna waste any time. I'm just gonna ask you just to introduce yourself to the audience for persons who don't know the list of things that comes behind your name.
No, I'm not. No. Well. All right. I'm your past lecturer at GC First. I think that's all that's important, and we have remained friends. We will. Some of the information. Some of the information will come in after as we talk. So.
All right, no problem, no problem. So as she said, she was my lecturer at the Noble Institution, GC Foster College. Yeah, man. So it's a good thing to bring her on here. So we're basically here to talk about the business of sport, the marketing segment of it. But I'm getting right to the meat of the matter, Miss Beckford. I want you to tell us, how does it work? The business of sport. Do you believe that we are actually capitalizing on this aspect of sport that is very critical?
All right. So we have done some pretty decent things. I think more of our athletes are attracting a variety of brands, but there's always more. So pretty much our athletes can't think that it is just okay to run, play football, play basketball, play netball. It is important for them to adopt a particular lifestyle and to do things that will attract additional, let's call it attention from other brands. Because importantly, after you've completed competing, the endorsements is really what will help to support you after your career has stopped. You
Right.
have been attracted primarily because of your performance, but then there are some other things that you should do to attract more endorsements going forward.
Awesome. So let's talk about one of those cases that we would have that is hot out there, the Elaine Thompson situation. You have anything that you'd like to share? Did she do the right thing, or is she securing her life after track and field? What say you?
Well, her performances at the past Olympics would have catapulted her into the realms of what would be considered ready for endorsements. What Elaine now needs to do is to sit with her team and figure out, look ahead to 5, 10 years. How is it that we're going to convert this on the performance into something worthy? So Elaine now needs to figure who are her primary primary thing, and then say what kind of brands can I get involved with to support that age group. And then she can go down the list and look at who are her secondary fans and do it like that. And then look at head to toe, what are things that she'd like to get involved in. And then from a long standing situation, look at a foundation or a what we call a community organization, and
Right.
see how she can give back. So whether she likes children, whether she likes older people, whether she likes is it a group of women with I mean, we're just closing down on breast cancer month. Is it a cause? Is it something educational? When
Oh, we lost you there.
one of
All right. She seemed to be having some internet issue.
are you here? Are you hearing me?
She's trying to get back on. Yes. You seem to be
Are you
having
hearing it,
some
Kevin?
yeah, just hearing you now. Seems to having some internet issues.
No, I was saying that you look at things like anything for children, for example.
Mm-hmm.
When you want to look at things like playgrounds or toys, you look at a particular group and what you can do. So that's your foundation. So it's really just really to kind of look from head to toe of some
Mm-hmm.
important things that you want to associate with and then take it from there.
Yes, yes, definitely. But what are some of the things that the athletes need to do, or things that they need to guard to protect their brand?
Well, outside of performance on the track,
Mm-hmm.
or if it's football on the field,
Mm-hmm.
basketball on the court, uh, consistent performance is the key. So you're out there performing, so that's important. But then you need to appeal to some other things. Uh, are you an advocate? So you remember back in the day when athletes wouldn't speak out, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Are you an advocate for anything? You can support a political party, you can support a community activity,
Okay.
or do you want to, take on any kind of community activity? You want to build. I see Johan Blake. He's been pretty much involved in building a boys' home, and he's
Right.
involved in the nest. So listen, there are so many things out there, Kevin, that you can pick on and do,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's easy, but it must be coupled with a lifestyle kind of a thing. If you can't just competing is not just it. There are so many things else that you can do.
And what does it do for those athletes? For example, like Juan Blake, he's not at the pinnacle again of his career, but he's solely involved in this thing and the boys' home. How does that help him in terms of his finances, if there's any that would be attached to such ventures?
Well, in particular, first of all, like food for the poor, he's now, I think he's almost considered an ambassador for food
Mm,
for the poor. So because the home would have been, so you have the construction and so on, and people who are involved at that level, and you get into the community people will support you. So, and there are equivalent agencies globally. Remember, Johan is an Adidas athlete. He also has the watch, so he has gear, watch, right? He has a drink. Um, so he already has attachments that have these communities as part of their outlook. And so Johan has partners that are likely to be involved. So, his post career is set. I encourage athletes to find um outside of gear, you have a timepiece, you have a drink, you have a car or a technology company. And as I said, try the head to toe and you
mhm.
figure out you can do body things for your body, whether it's a hairspray, whether it's um, razor, whatever it is. So you kind of look at the things from head to toe to see how well you can cope with those and find some other things. It's a headset, AirPods. There are lots of things. Collaborate with a musician, for
Mm,
example. Um, Not necessarily to perform, but somebody who is similar to you in terms of what their lifestyle is about. So there are lots of opportunities. And our athletes now are so much more exposed to other celebrities. Remember back in the day, you had to, I mean, you do the commercials together. Gatorade now has assembled all of their superstars together. So there are opportunities for our athletes to embrace and to get involved and to be a little more personable. I find some of our athletes are so focused on just competition. You
mm-hmm.
ought to be out there. So find another sport that you love. You know how I feel. Support an English
Yeah.
Premier League team. Find an NFL team, an NBA team, and collaborate with either the organization because everybody likes the association with Jamaicans. So have your agents do the work and hunt the thing that you can collaborate with.
Okay, awesome. I'm not certain if you want to talk about it, but of course I know that you were integrally involved in St. Bolt concern. You want to tell us about how you would have aided in things, brand being, out there.
Well, I mean, research was important. So I spent in the first 6 months, I spent a lot of time with him, knowing what he likes, what he doesn't like, know the colors that fit him. I mean, I went really deep down. And so when the negotiation or the renewal times came up, I'd be the first to say, this is what we need, this is what we'd like.
Hmm.
When we're shooting his commercials and the scripts would come, we'd say, these are the things we'd like him to do, we won't like him to do. So there were always demands of some sort. But
Hmm.
we, as a team, we decided what we want him to look like and sound like. And
Right.
so it was important. It was important to us. So we authentically represented Jamaica. We represented the authentic athlete. And then the rest of it followed because we knew Usain was so performance driven. And we understood that despite whatever, he would always do what is best on the track. So the rest of it was, to really kind of get him to do things that would complement and supplement his performance.
Right. I heard you mention that some of the things that you do. Could you give us a rundown of things that the marketing
Yeah.
manager of an athlete would do? Some of the things that they would do.
Well, marketing really looks at association with brands. We sit in the room, we negotiate with the people who would more than likely want to either renew contracts or get into contracts. We look at commercials, what the messaging is gonna be like. We look at colors, look at things they wear, what the athletes do. Um, it's pretty much the whole look and feel of the person. So, and then we put out messages, we get them into events that we think would enhance their current um, look and feel. And we figure anything that would help them to enhance their current performance on the track. Anything that would do with pushing them to the next limit. We kind of thought that it was important to get them involved. Sometimes it's really just an event. So it's never always a sponsorship. Sometimes it's going to the Major League Baseball final. Sometimes it's going to the Super Bowl. So it's really just things that would enhance what they do at a time. What was important for us was scheduling. So, the track and field season runs essentially from, let's call it April, end of April. That's when that first track meet would
Right.
start, right,
Hmm.
and go on until sometimes as far as September. We tend not to book them for certain kinds of events during those times. So we tend to shoot commercials and do a number of things between October and probably first week in March. Once they start running their the actual event that they're going to compete in, we kind of ease off. So we do things in the off season and preparatory season. So like now would start. Now is the time when track and field people would shoot commercials because they're preparing for the season. But once it touches March, we kind of ease off a little. We tend not to load them up with those kind of things at that time.
Right, that's true. Um, for an athlete like myself, who is a very good footballer, very good sprinter, and I have potential. Is it a case where you, as the marketing manager, now approach companies, or do you sit and wait to be approached by companies so that you can, tell all the things that you just mentioned that you will do?
Well, it's a bit about sometimes people come to you because if you have let's call them a superstar or an elite athlete, your approach. But sometimes you look at the deal, uh, you get certain amount of money upfront sometimes, and they take you over a particular period. Sometimes the brand doesn't fit. That's to be honest. Because I mean, let's use food for an example. You shouldn't endorse food that you don't eat because it is expected that yeah, people will probably want to see you
Eating it.
consuming it at some point,
Right,
right?
right.
So that can be a little tricky. So if you don't eat pork, don't endorse the pork patty, for example.
No poker.
Um, yeah. Uh, so food is probably the best the thing. I mean, you wear the Puma shoes or the Adidas shoes, so that's fine, and you wear the gear. Uh, so clothes and shoe are easier, and shoes are easier. Food can be a little tricky. Drink or beverage. So you have alcoholic beverage, you have
Mhm.
isotonic, which is like Gatorade, Powerade,
Right.
and then you have alcoholic beverage. So you have wine, rum, and after you pass a certain stage of your career, I mean, if you're in your first or second year running, I really wouldn't want to see you endorsing, heavy alcohol. Probably as you are getting ready to wine, perhaps, but not heavy alcohol. So you
Mhm.
stick to the basics, the drink, the food, chips, cornflakes, things that because one of the things is that you become a role model, and so people are looking towards you, whether you want to do it or not. You become a role model, and people are
Mhm.
looking to you for that kind, to be something that they want to follow. So
Right,
the
right.
rum you can wait until closer to the end, but the rest of the stuff you can look at an assembly of things.
Mhm.
Self-care is big, so you can endorse another organization, um, and know the wellness and so on,
Yes,
and tend to stay away from things that will create a division.
yes,
So don't get into the religion and that kind of a thing.
yes. But you did mention politics. Isn't politics another?
Politics are the difference is politics. You can hold a position about care for children, care for elderly,
Okay.
and you understand. So it's not necessarily a political party, but something that speaks to the development of people.
Right, right.
So you can take that on. Yeah. So not necessarily a political party or such.
All right. Awesome. Now, you have worked with Usain Bolt, and I believe that you would have also worked with the West Indies cricket team. What's the difference in terms of working with a group of people, quote unquote, a team, as opposed to an individual? Is it
Oh
harder
well,
work team than for the individual?
no. There's nothing harder or easier. The only difference is on a squad of 15, you have 15 different personalities. And but the one superstar that I had, he probably had well, you can't even compare because on that West Indies team you had somebody like Chris Gill, Darren Sammy, and those guys. So it was different. It's different, but they're all elite athletes. They're all from different parts of the Caribbean. So that's a whole other thing. There's different people, but they all have the same likes and dislikes. They're all very demanding. So you just keep your cool. Try not to be a fan of any of them. So if there's anybody listening and you're thinking of becoming a publicist, so here's what: don't become a fan. Don't be a fan. You don't drop your guard. You never ever drop your guard. They're not your friends. They're your employers. So treat it as a business. It is a business. For most of the times I called I I don't remember ever calling him Usain and I worked for him. He was always Mr. Bolt or boss. And it was just a reference because it's easier. And you show respect because one of the things is once you let down your guard, then there are going to be issues. So although Chris Gale and I are peers in the context of, I mean, Chris is a big man, but it was when I worked at the board, it was always Mr. Gale, Mr. Sammy. It was never, I wouldn't see him in one crowd and say, hey, Chris, no. You always, so even from that standpoint, because you have to separate the issues. And when it comes to making a decision, whether it is something you're going to reprimand, especially when you're going to discipline them, or say to them, Chris, that outburst was not called for, or I think this is something you should get involved in. Once you cross the line, it becomes tough. Your mic is on mute, coach.
Sorry about that. I think I want to delve a little bit more on that aspect. So when you're managing, or you're the publicist for the team, is it that you identify one or two superstars from that team that you actually highlight, highlight everybody so that sponsors can come on board and see that this is a team, or you put in at the front of the line superstars?
All right, so there are superstars that play and their numbers speak for themselves, but there are other people in the team who can. So, one of the guys from Barbados, I remember, had horses. He was a trainer, and we had two brothers, so we'd interview them. There were different things that you could identify. So you had Shay and what were the Hope brothers? I get old now, Shay and Kyle. Um, and then yeah, Jason. And I mean, I don't want this people to think that I'm trying to sound trivial. If you have a 6'7" tall, dark, handsome man like Jason Holder, obviously, if he can bowl and bat, then that's an additional thing. But there are some things that appeal to different people, and you put them in markets and or spaces where the appeal is strong outside of the cricket itself. And you have to decide. So listen, marketing is that's what it is. So you put the brand where the sheen is. So outside, so cricket is the core because that's what you know them for. But then, all right. So the older guys, let me use the older guy. Richie Richardson and Ambrose played in a band,
Mm.
and so music was part of that. So in the
Mm-hmm.
last couple of years, things like playlists and so on, and what they eat or who can cook, those things became part of the overall marketing stuff. They
Mm-hmm.
associate them with artists and that kind of a thing. And so that appeals to different kinds of people. So yeah, those were some of the things that they could have used. So the highlight is different. So the outstanding work that they do on the field of play is one, but then you move it around based on what else that they do that they can appeal to other people.
All right, great. Let us turn the page and look at our local Premier League. I think I see a question that is similar in regards to what I'm going to ask. The league has attracted a lot of sponsors this year, but is it not caused like athletes, footballers on various teams not to be able to be in commercial? Is it a case where the clubs don't have a structure to with a marketing team to market these players?
Well, I'm not sure what's happening with the Premier League this year because of the COVID thing, but I think one of the things, as I said in the earlier part of the conversation, was that we focus on performance. We focus on the sport performance and nothing else. Listen,
Okay.
there's some handsome, when I watch the Premier League, I see some handsome young men. They're not necessarily scoring goals, or they're not goalkeepers, but, and I'll say it again, you must find the strengths of the people. If they're able to speak and have a conversation, if they're good looking, in other words, when them out of them gear, them look good, and if they can go up on a magazine cover, those are things that should appeal, because women want sports, and a woman likes a good looking man,
Yes.
right? Um, any of them married with children, why are we not using our players to show that sports people can be responsible about family?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But I don't think, to be honest, nobody's taking the time. So we don't know our footballers. And so that is the problem. We don't know who these footballers are. So yes, the community people know them. The people in Waterhouse, Portmore, wherever they play, know them. Or maybe not. But as a national person, somebody watching, you know, do we know who these players are? So when they get to the national program, can we say, oh, they went to this high school, they went to this college, they played so many matches? As it is, sports is not just about sport. Sport is about sport, lifestyle, and family and people. Can they sing? I'm sure you have somebody who used to probably even be a bartender, or somebody who used to do something outside of football. So we don't have that information. And marketing is packaging the athlete to add to the existing core work that they do.
Absolutely. Now let us segue that right into the Jamaican national football team, the Reggae Boys. We're struggling for sponsors, CB. What would you do after experience?
No, you're about to get me into trouble. Let me tell you something. The national football program is something dear to my heart, because I've always said if we don't do well in football, our sport program is going to be in trouble. Because football still, as the most popular sport in the world, has the biggest return on the investment. We now have the most footballers out in the market playing all over the world. And while I understand technically it may not be the best way to get them together, I don't think we're doing ourselves any good service by not marketing who these players are. The technical thing, I'm not going to comment much on, because we're still overly dependent on these overseas based, specifically the English players. And as it turns out, our English based players are not the most efficient at the moment. We have probably 4 or 5 really good ones. Um, but we have more playing outside of the English system that could be of greater use to the program. Who are they? What do they do? We have a lot of players near shore in the US, right? So everybody know Andre because he is a goalkeeper.
Right.
How many of our MLS people are involved? I remember tweeting that I wanted America to go all the way, because what that would do is open the door to the Caribbean players in the last World Cup. Um, I don't know. It is it's emotional for me, because I've always thought that we don't do enough to package our athletes. So Damian Lowe is a Nandi Lowe son. Who is Anandi Lowe? Anandi Lowe was our centre back that played great defense, played in Mexico, got himself into a little tussle with people. But from a generation after him, he now has his son in the team who is contributing enough. We don't even tie that together. So my generation who know Anandi, and the youngsters who know Damien can tie the thing together. You talk about November 16, the government almost had to be forced to allow vaccinated players. November 16, 1997. We should have documentaries and features coming up. We want to go into this World Cup or what? I just find that we're not putting out information and content that will get people interested. People have access to information, but we're not we're not packaging the information to win supporters, because some of us like myself, can get the information anywhere. I know where the matches are being streamed. I can find it. But does the 24 or the 17 to 30 age group, is them you're supposed to be getting interested in the game? Are we getting those people interested? No. You don't have to market the game to me. You market the game to the 17 to 45-year-old people. So that tells you how old I am, right? So it means that I'm over 45.
Well, could you give us a very good example of what are the things that they could do to do that marketing?
All right. So cards,
Mm-hmm.
player cards. So I think I tweeted something one week. Player cards. So you have the player on the front, high school, college, how many goals them score, whatever. Just basics. That's very basics. I used to collect cards. I mean, outside the standard T-shirts, and dear God, put the names of the shirts of the players on the field. And I will buy a shirt. I hear the shirts are retailing for $15,000. That's ridiculous. Sell more shirts for a less price, and people will buy. So now we're going to have 5,000 people into the stadium. Do we have the latest shirt, or we're going to have to wear the same old Reggae Boy shirt that we used to have? So I'd use player cards and send them around to people. Because we have, and you know what is funny? We have some good looking players too. We have some good looking youngsters in the squad this time around. Um, and I'm not saying the ones before weren't, but I'm saying as the years go by, we find that our players getting more attractive because they're taking better care of themselves, you know, and they're all going to college. So I'm saying, um, yeah, player cards is one. Merchandise, which is shirts, caps, the usual. But do more. You have digital people, you have more content, put out more stuff. Just put out more stuff. You have access to Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Periscope. You have all these things. Use them up. Use them up. The 17 to 45 years age group. That's what they want.
Right. I see some people commenting in the comment section about you emphasizing on good looking. I want you to reiterate the point where what you said earlier about not only the sporting part of it, but in terms of what you're mentioning about looks. Could you go back
No,
there?
all right. So the appeal of an athlete is not just the fact that they can perform well on the field or of play or on the track. If they're attractive, and Jamaican use the word good looking for mean attractive. Look at what David Beckham has done. David Beckham was one of the most recognized faces in the world until Usain overtook him. Um, so good looking is part of the thing. It's not 100%. It probably accounts for 10% of what goes into the athlete's overall body of work, and that helps. Can they make a magazine cover? Is it that they can wear underwear on the cover of a magazine, Hanes or whatever? So that have something to do with it, guys. I'm not vouching because sometimes makeup you can do things. Is that person able to drive a nice car? Is that person able to climb a tree? So you want to see them climbing up a tree. So yeah, people look for different things, and no, it's not just play. It is play and the other things about the athlete that gets those things, that gets them through the door and gets them their endorsements. So that helps.
Right. In essentially what you're saying, the image sells.
Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah.
But
And after you start make money, you must also start to take better care of yourself. So wear nicer clothing. Make sure your hair, whatever hairstyle you have, keep it consistent. So if you have high top, if you're
mhm.
having the clean cut, if you're wearing braids, if you have locks, just make sure you
do
look consistently the same because that's what people want to see. People like to see attractive people, or what we in Jamaica say clean looking person,
fresh and clean.
fresh and clean. Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
In terms of the merchandise, though, Miss Beckford, I think the federation isn't capitalizing on this. Why? This is a, as you made mention of, a digital space that we're in, social media space. Why aren't they there are fans in the diaspora who also would have loved that jersey. But when they go on the JFF, to get them is the problem. To get some little Reggae Boys items and such like, they can't get them. What are they not doing?
You
Is
know,
it that they are quote unquote antiquated ways of doing stuff? They are quote unquote dinosaur. And I'm not saying that to mean it in any disrespectful way.
all right. So locally, we have delivery stuff. We have a lot of companies that can take our own stuff around the island. We have the Tara services and not so. So I get some free ad to some people, and in the diaspora, you can use whatever. So sign an agreement. First of all, we have consulates and all those things in the diaspora. To be honest, Kevin, I don't know. I've made numerous suggestions. I've also been told that I'm harsh, overly harsh of the JFS. So we have what 8 more matches to go to see if we qualify.
Hmm.
I wish them well. I will continue to support the team. That's all I can say. Because no matter what constructive criticism you offer, when you make suggestions, they don't take them on. So I'm not sure what else to do at this stage.
Well, it's good to know that you, as an experienced person, would have come on and said that, because on this program, a lot of time we have discussions about the very same thing. There are a lot of suggestions. There are a lot of persons out there with the know-how. Why aren't they just pulling from people like yourself who has been there and done that? You were with one of the greatest, if not the greatest, sporting individual of all time, and you would have seen this brand grow even more so now. We have a player like a Leon Bailey in the team. I think he's very marketable. Why aren't they using a player of that sort to, like you say, make a player card put out there? I don't know.
Even basic things like, hi, I'm Damon Lowe. I'm a reggae boy. I'm from Jamaica. I play for the Reggae Boyz. Basic. And
Hmm.
uh, it bothers me as a Jamaican because what is now happening is that despite our really good performances in track and field not attracting that level of financial rewards from broadcasts, from media rights, and so on. It can't carry the load. So the
Hmm.
better we do at football,
Right.
it is- the sporting industry in Jamaica is likely to get better support. I've said that so many times, so sometimes it sounds like me talk to myself. So I kind of ease up.
You think the room wants to be sweet, so to speak? That's
All right. So we have any questions out there? Anybody or
I
people
think
just sitting and just a listen
no
and
man.
a
There
relax.
are questions. There's one just came in. This person is Shutter. This person is an AI, artificial intelligence individual. So he's saying, what is the reason Elaine is more marketed? I bet most of the Jamaican top athletes.
I think all right. Culturally, I don't think we're accustomed to that because we haven't been. And I want to use a broad brush example. You're saying is an outstanding person. I mean, so is Chris, by the way, Chris Gale.
Hmm.
Shelly Ann has done a little more in terms of her ability to get out there. Elaine, uh, Elaine had some injury issues, and I think now that her confidence level has shot back up, I expect to see a lot more from her. She has some time, and I think I know some of the people that have access to her in terms of work. So I'm anticipating that there may be or there could be some additional stuff leading into Oregon come July and after. Uh, but culturally, we're not a that whole group with Asafa, you saying next, that group of athletes, um, coming at the back end of people like Merlin and Gillette and them, were part of that marketing push. So I think now that they're getting back there, and I would hope to see that this set before the youngsters, before like the Clayton twins and Oblique Seville and those youngsters, Christopher Taylor. I think when that group comes of age, so to speak, you're going to see a whole different look because they were part of the champs phenomena, um, of the burst of the marketing, like between Digicel and so on and so on. Can't market ballers that's not doing business on the pitch, no matter how good. Yeah, but it helps. It helps to draw attention to them. Um, or it helps to draw attention to the program. Uh, Listen, Reggae Boys, Jamaica is a consistent name in the business. And let me use my one of my teams that I support, Dallas Cowboys. They haven't won the Super Bowl since 1996, but they're called America's team. And no matter how badly Dallas is doing, they still get a lot of TV games, right? Because people want to see them. West Indies, you hear what the commentators say for the ICC World Cup? People still want to watch West Indies. All when we make 55, people still want to watch us. Why? Because we have maintained the name. And I'm saying if we add the fact that we are now playing better and all some of these little marketing tips that I referred to earlier, we can we can maintain our name in the market.
Right, right. But by the way, people, Miss Beckford is a sold out Liverpool fan. Don't go there about Manchester United. We are enemies when it comes on to EPL.
Yeah, but me now got this your side when me there on your show.
We know. As somebody asked the question, they're Manchester United. All right, so this question from Leighton Steele. I think you're reading it. Yes.
About the Reggae Girls coach.
Mm-hmm.
It's under investigation, so I'll wait. I won't comment. We have seen the Vancouver issued a statement, and we saw the reports in the Guardian. The JFF said they're doing their investigations. We'll wait to hear. As a true journalist, I won't make any comments. I have no opinions on that.
Mm-hmm.
If there's enough evidence that he did in fact commit a breach, then he will suffer the consequences.
All right. All right. Another question here. Oh, I think South Cry is really not too much into your part of the important about good looking enough. So he's saying how important is success at your sport where marketing is concerned.
If you have a history of success, the rest of the things can follow, and you can do other things outside. Success is winning a tournament, but if you're in the top three, all right. So after 10 weeks out of 38, Chelsea looks like they're going to win the league. However,
Mm-hmm.
If Mo Salah and Sadio Mane continue to score two, three goals every week, Mo Salah's one goal against what was the team we beat before Manchester United, despite Bobby Firmino's three goals, was the most talked about, and he was player of the match. So sometimes it is what you do, and you're as good as your last performance, by the way. So all of that mixed into the pot, but you must have some kind of history of success. And success is relative to what is
Oh, she has frozen.
Reggae Boys, Jamaica. Yeah, chipped out for a bit, sorry. Reggae Boys and Jamaica have a name out here. We just need to, well, I don't know. We need to sell the merchandise. We need to keep the rhythm going. Even the song, when I hear the song too tough again, maybe it's me not listen to the right place. It just something, it just seems.
The Maverick has a tune out there. Oh, she He's gone again. Yeah, the Maverick has a tune out there now. You heard it?
Oh, oral Tracy?
Yes.
No, I haven't. I haven't. I haven't.
No.
Don't tell him that I haven't heard it, please.
He's he's probably watching it now.
Hi, Oral. How are you?
All right. Anyway, that he's a supporter of Chelsea and your team Dallas Cowboys. So big up to Dre. He's asking if you think Leon Bailey is more marketable than Damian.
Uh, it depends. It depends. I could sell them differently. Damon is the hardcore, but Leon is more. I would go for Leon for the softer side of football,
Mm-hmm.
um, as opposed to Damon would be more authentic to the football fans. But Leon is, Leon is for the softer girls, um, mature women kind of. Anyway, actually, all right. That was a good question. It's not a must. They're not. Neither of them are more marketable than the other, but they can be marketed differently.
All right. In terms of coach that is there now, a lot of people want an overseas coach because many think that the coach currently is not marketable. Do you agree or disagree?
Uh Tapper was not used effectively. Tapper is a former reggae boy from the team that qualified. More could have been done to support him in terms of even from that standpoint. So I think we lost the opportunity. Now we're trying to play catch up. Tapper just needs somebody to sit with him for the next couple of weeks and just work with him and say, listen, Tapper, this is what you have to say, this is what you have to do, this is what you have to dress, this is what you have to look. I'm being very honest. That is what you need to do. Tapper is a 1998 player. The first time we went to the World Cup, Tapper can get support. We can make Tapper look good.
Yes. All right. Another from Obito. Mikel Antonio is the face of West Ham, the most marketable player we have. Is Do you think he can enhance the growth of the marketing aspect of the football?
We have to get him into the squad consistently. Who I think we need to work on is Shamar Nicholson.
Mm-hmm.
Shamar is a goal scorer. Every time we use Shamar, him score. Why we not put more emphasis on Shamar or even Darren Mattox? I mean, just some thoughts of people that I know.
Okay.
The newly is still viewed as community football with merchandising. When can the league for those disposable income? Oh boy! All right, next season. I think by next season they will get it. I see
Okay.
I hear they're shoring up their office, so I'm anticipating that they will get some support.
Okay. All right. Why can't the JFF strike a balance between marketing and organizing the best talents for the betterment of Jamaica?
All right, so when Kevin gets the president of the GFF to come on and you
Well,
can
no.
ask Mr. Rick,
Sorry, it's in here that we need to come on to the coaching desk.
you can ask Mr. Ricketts those questions when he comes on. Listen, we I'm still hoping that we go to Qatar, but I'm sure we'll listen. The JFF system setup is bad. Elections are not. We have to change the whole structure. We can have 14 parishes um, nominating a president, something that should be benefiting Jamaica. I think they need to have a CEO. They need to change the structure of football for it to be successful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, we have been beating that over here. Everton Jackson is asking if you do seminars for current or incoming athletes, or do you wait athletes to come to you?
I used to have the business of sport and we invited them. We kind of put a stop. We're revising. So look out for something closer to the end of the year, um, where I'm setting up a whole new consultancy. So I will invite people. I talk to the agents and the managers. I don't go directly to athletes.
Hmm. Okay. This person is saying if you can teach some strategies, since the principles can apply many things, not only sports.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at my videos and I talk about how to do interviews and stuff like that. And as I said, I'm reorganizing my consultancy. So yes, those services will be available starting January 2022. So I'm going back on the market in a serious way. So all that I would have done online, you can look at them, see what you can pick up, and then we're setting up some workshops, seminars, and sessions with some people. And as I said, I talk to people. People know of my services, and there are some new agents and managers in the business.
Hmm.
So I'm talking to them too.
All right. Even exclusive kit deal and with Umbro, what other form of merchandising can the Federation engage in to generate income for the program?
Cups, caps, rags. Parties will reopen this summer, so use rags and towels. Cups. Every Jamaican want a cup to drink out of. Key rings still work. Um, everywhere we go, pajamas. Sexy tees for the girls. Towels. The same things that we buy. Me have everything for Liverpool. Me have most things to Dallas Cowboys. Me have a Yankees cap. So we wear the same things. I'm dressing them appropriately when me I watch the match. So merchandise it is what you feel connected to your team. So yeah, Mr. Coach, your time will run out enough. Good time flies when you're having fun. I think your mic on mute, Coach.
Right. Devon Porter is asking if you went to Stats and what year.
When what?
If you went to Stats,
No. I went to Ferncourt High. I was a head girl in 1983. I went to high school 79 to 84. I went to Ferncourt High School in Claremont. Maurice Wilson, the coach and principal of GC Foster, is. We went to Ferncourt together. I think he's a year below me. He was a head boy after me. And then I went to Exeter and did sixth form, and then I went to Michael. But all of that information is out there. So with all
nice.
the what is I can't read that. Come on.
So with the influx of English-based players who are more polished and media trained, wouldn't it be easier for the JFF to pull on corporate Jamaica with these guys instead? Like, for example, a Roof, a Jamalo, etc., etc.
To be honest, I've not really measured because I don't know some of the English-based players. I know Damien. I've heard Michael Antonio. Leon can take care of himself. Andre, the goalkeeper. Matok's all right. May need a little refining, but Matok's been in the game long enough. There's Junior Fleming. Um, who else? The little one, the guy that scored, he scored against Liverpool. What was his name again? From one of those teams. The team that wear the red stripe shirt. Oh my, I'm very bad with.
Southampton, you're talking?
No, which team gave us trouble about 4 or 5 weeks ago?
Well,
Uh,
you'd have to ask another Liverpool.
all right, whatever, come on. And you have 1 minute to go, so I can come off this interview. Oh my God. The truth is, we have a good mix of locally based players and players from all over the world. So we don't have to scrimp for players to feature on.
Hmm. Hmm.
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
I think I am going to honor the 1 hour that you said that you'd be on because people she has another engagement, so I'm not going to overstep my boundary. What I want you
But
to
I'll
do
do
is
it again. I will come back and we can talk a little more when I'm in another time zone. So let me just confess. I'm not in the same time zone as Kevin. So I promised him, so I couldn't. not to do it. So here I am. And it was indeed my pleasure. I hope I was able to satisfy. As you kept on giving out information, you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Carole Beckford, CaroleBeckford. Everything I say on a program like this, you can almost see on Twitter. So I'm happy to answer any questions from you.
And somebody's inquiring about the seminars. When are they coming up?
They're going to start in January, about mid-January.
Okay, and
I'm
they can
taking
be
the time for the rest of the year to develop them so people can, you
okay, and they
know,
will be on social media, right?
yeah, man, I will post when they're happening. Yeah, and they'll be at very reasonable prices because I'm trying to get partnerships
Okay,
and
cool.
things. So, yeah.
All right. Any final thoughts that you want to share before you go?
No, I'm just happy that Jamaica's still pretty much involved in sports. I think Oregon is going to be special
Hmm.
in terms of track and field. I still think we can squeeze in for the Reggae Boys. I have no faith in the West Indies making it to the quarterfinals or the next round.
Hmm.
What else? Sunshine Girl is going to England in November. So we still have a decent uh, cadre of sports people. And over the next 4 years, we should see some outstanding athletes. Champs next year are going to be fine. And we're going to unearth some better talent. And football, with the reduced Manning and Da Costa Cup, should show some exciting people. I just wish the football gods would smile on us and, send us to Qatar. It will do well for sports in Jamaica.
I totally agree with you. And I must say thank you very much for um, accepting the invitation to be here with us on the Coaches Desk. Really appreciate it. And like you said, we've taken you at your word. You'll definitely be back and join us to talk a little bit more. You know what I mean? Big
Yes,
up yourself and thanks again.
no problem. And thanks to all your listeners and the people who ask questions. Have a good
Uh,
evening. Take care. Bye
you
bye.
too. All right, people, there you have it. Carole Beckford. Yeah, man, marketing enthusiast. Um, Stats will win. KC will win. JFF needs to upgrade its presence online. Yeah, she made some very, very good point there. I mean, she's very, very in the know when it comes on to these things. Like I said before, and she reiterated the fact that she had, Usain Bolt, and she did the work to ensure that deals come in, commercials, and all these things. So it's a good look. It's a good person to have on board. You know what I mean? And they said that is a rich sounding name. Yeah, man. So we really um, were informed where Miss Powell is concerned. Through sports, pick up yourself. Lots of ways to make money if they know how to market the product properly. When World Cup are gone, everyone spend a lot of money buying orange flags, etc. All right. We need proven boss at JFF. Gabby Thomas is very marketable. Yes, Jairus. See that emoji that followed. I will give her a pass as she is not up to speed with our current crop of players. But Mattox, where's the Jason? Carvel Ray Francis, coach, the radio station. Which radio station? I don't get that, Carvel. Pagan is Qatar, we are go. Yeah, man. Hopefully. Yeah, well, coach, she went to Mattox when there's Ravel. But as Jason said, apparently she doesn't know the new breed of players. So we can give her, a little ease up there. She get a free pass. Monopoly. You play in Monopoly and get a free pass. Yeah. All right. So nice lady. JFF don't want no help from anybody. The amount of brilliant minds out there who are who are willing to help. Yeah. It sounds like she would have been given ideas and it would have been brushed under the rug. I guess the JFF. It's kind of interesting though. Why wouldn't they want help? It have me thinking. But the phone line is open, people. You're definitely um you should definitely go ahead and take up your phone and call just to share um what sort of background noise you're hearing. Shutter. Listen, I have a device right now that is picking up every noise. Yeah? Every every single noise. hmm So probably that's what is happening. Shutter. True. Um, true coach, very knowledgeable, great presentation, enough information. They just need to market their thing right. Look at the boys and girls champ, definitely, easily, easily, easily. Yeah, bleachers can't be poster boys. All right, where's that one? That one ran away. The U.S. Football Federation has set up a for-profit company called Soccer United, marketing to generate income for their program. We need an equivalent entity to earn money from the Reggae Boys brand. Definitely, Neil. But again, persons would have given Oh, there's a buzzing sound when I talk. Are you still hearing that buzzing sound? You still hearing that buzzing sound? I don't know what it is. Like I said, I have a new setup. Still troubleshooting. So you have to give me the feedback. They have performed it poorly to be as arrogant as they are. At Champs, all kind of items on sale. That is true. Um, quote, do you have feelings? What? Pennies or feelings? I don't know. And starting and everything is the top. You know, a flying sound at coaches. Yes, gas up tonight, coach. Yeah, man, the gas up and running. Pennies is the This is coach. Could it be that they don't want to share the credit or any scores that might come from the success? That's a very good point, free official. Very good question. I'm not sure. It's still here in the frying sound. The kitchen. Oh, in the background, such as here in the silent magic church members like abandoned of the congregation. What's the number, coach? It's on the screen. It's on the screen. The number is on the screen. You hear the sound, you know? Just like hear the sound. Money, stuff, and yes, that not adding. Tomorrow, Cohen. You need someone from Jacob to explain why everything that had mentioned that was mentioned yesterday and today is not being implemented. Is the Jacob ever time? Sure. Sound like chicken or fried pork. No, no, no. Yeah, you're a little sound in the thing, you know. You still hearing it? Yeah, I don't know this thing for that. Check the cable. Cable good. Sound low. It good now? Audio bud code. Check, check, check. Really? We are here static sound and audio low. Alright, let me see what I got right here. Still hearing the sound? Oh God. I did not do anything enough. I don't understand what that. Somebody say a little better now. Brian is still here. Can you mute? When you mute, the sound gone, but once you unmute to hear it. What going on quartets? No better. Switch the output. Switch it to what? You're hearing me clearly now, right? Alright, we're getting a call. We're getting a call. Welcome to the show. You're live.
Good.
Yeah, man. You're live.
Yeah, coach, me to the audio just a bit of price, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Oh,
probably just need to check the cable.
no. My ears the chew in the ear in the headset. It sound like one like an insect. It gone now, don't people? Sound like it gone now. Me not hear it again. They say, man, they say me can't talk again. Still I hear a little, but me not hear it again. I'm not hearing it again. They look like it's solved on my end. Where's the Mark Chambers? No, me hear him come back to you know. Me hear him come back, man. Look like I'm an insect, you know. I have to get some bacon. All right. So yeah, man. So we will proceed. Coach, you have insect in your head. I will shake out. And say sound like it's raining. Oh, it's on now. Yeah, man, me attack. How it's so now? And you still hear the humming sound, the frying sound. And me stop hearing it now. Oh, it's still there. Well, we have to sort that out. But we have to proceed. Don't. Is it overbearing? If it is not overbearing, if it is not overbearing, we can proceed. All right. Because I think no man, the wire ain't good, man. Nothing twisted around here. All right, formula said good enough. Vanessa Allen, welcome. All right, so people, you heard what Miss Beckford said, and I think she was treading on a road. You know, some people never like because she mentioned Darren Mattox and persons were ready to. Hey, big deal then. You need to behave yourself, you know. You need to behave yourself. People, you can call. The line is open. Pagan, where's the turmeric jerseys? You can't say this moment is sponsored by man. We don't see it. Listen, man, fry some chicken. Yeah, man, that's something we have to work on, people. We get some new toys and we are trying, you know. So I'm not certain what is happening. But since we are not getting any calls in, I'm gonna be dropping the link in the comment section. Yeah, yeah, fresh. I saw it. They were ready and rearing to go. But one night, but I defend somebody from that enough fresh. Cause we have to defend the lady. You know what I mean? I have to defend the lady. So I would have defended her. Whether she was going down a road, yes or no. Right, Claudine? Alright, so I'll be dropping the what she mentioned some very good things, you know. Especially things that we have been mentioning over here on this channel, especially the merchandise thing. You know what I mean? Merchandise. You know, um, what's it? We need about probably about 40 odd. All right, there's the link, people. I'll be pinning them the link just now. And people, please remember to get your sanitization and your temperature check. Easy. Just hit the like button and it is done. No, Phil Jones. What more than a pressure in this early hours of the night? In US, North America is like 2 hours ahead. Some people 2 hours behind. So it's like 10:29, 8:29 in Jamaica here. What I would be pressuring at this hour of the night? Phil with Sports TV. She made some very um good points. Very good points. Ways of getting the brand out there. Especially the point people getting to know the player from a different level. So when they see a player, they will know quickly who the player is. That is not happening because of what you call it, the um the players' name are not on the back of their jersey. I think we are one of the only teams, if not the only team, with that sort of a predicament. But I mean, yes, chemo, very good. But I'm hearing also that they're trying to go electronically with the ticket. So hopefully that's how it is going to be done. Um, Jamaica national men's team has too many changing personnel. So that is why they chop and change jerseys. Yeah. Also, JFF is this. He has no robot AI at all tonight. Listen, somebody has try infiltrate the system. Claudine. How about the Manchester United? What about them? They won. Come on, we won 3-0, beat the Spurs. But it seems as if Ravel will be back in the team. hmm Seems as if Ravel will be back in the team, people. And that seems to be a good look. Yeah, Kimo, that is true. That is true. Yeah, man, look like Ravel will be back in the team based on what I'm hearing. Yeah, so Claudine, wait a sec, he was having a blast with the guest. So like the sun gone now, though. Yeah, look at the friend gone now. Yeah. Yeah, man, look at Ravel back in the team. And of course, one noticeable returning is Greg Lee. Yeah, man, Greg Lee is back in the team. It's a good look. His team posted it. So, is it right back for Albus Powell? Let's see. All right. All right, we get to caller. Good night. You're live.
Yeah, good night, coach.
Yeah, man. How you doing?
I'm good now, not bad enough. Whenever I get to the order of the interview, right, with the lady there.
Mm-hmm.
But the look up piece that make it is like rather the local player than more than the English player. Them. The local piece that make it rather the man when the question was asked about Whitmore, she said, boy, Whitmore, you could have market Whitmore could have market better and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now you tell me, me not even no one and nobody could have market Whitmore. Whitmore sits like a show in a concert. Trust me. A man, he can't talk to the media. He never have a smile on his face. How can you market somebody like that? But just to say this course that you see the mentality that everybody who surround themselves with the Jamaican Football Federation,
Mm-hmm.
them don't interested in that English player. I see that. Just a little piece of the catch with the lady, trust me, you can't see that. So now just hang up still and just make it hard.
All right, big up.
Yeah, man.
So people, that's what was that what you got from Miss Beckford? Or she was saying, I think at one point she said that not all the okay, getting another call. Neo, good night and welcome. The volume is low, Neo. We're not hearing you clearly. Huh? No, hang up and call back. Yeah, man. I think she was saying that some not all of the players are good because there are like five or so players who are really good. Is that a case that she doesn't want them? I don't know. Hello? 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 Caller, good night. No, me not hear properly no near. Like where you at it kinda Neo, apart where you're at, the signal is not coming through clearly at all. Shatta is saying I saw you working on a road filled with potholes. Yeah man. You do some work out in the early morning, you know? Sound mind in a sound body. So it go. Like me say, when World Cup are going, every car and house have a Brazil, Argentina, France, or Germany flag. This is something witnessed every time. That is true through sport. That shows say people really love football. Vegan is saying I'm glad cooler heads prevail. Ravel is needed in the squad. Um, are you snitching? Chris King, coach, you think we can take 9 points in the next World Cup window? No, we can't take 9 points in the next World Cup window. We only have six maximum. Yeah, man, Aka will be back in the team. I believe so. Caller, good night. You're live.
Yes, coach, how you doing? Good night.
This sound like MPEC and the barber. At the barber shop, you know?
Yeah, man.
Big up the barber now. Big up the baller. What say you?
Yeah, I don't think the caller was being accurate though, because I think Miss Beckford was stating the obvious. Not all English players are performing up to the standard we would have
Right,
anticipated.
right.
There are about four or five that are outstanding, but the others are just performing at the same level as the local base players. So she was just stating the obvious. I think people misunderstood what she was saying.
Yeah,
So that's
I
what I
agree with you.
want to contribute.
That's why I asked the question and I made the point that I think she was making mention of some of the players not being good, but they're like five that she believes are high quality. She did not say none of them weren't good. That's why I was saying earlier on, MPEC, I would definitely support her tonight at defender if they started the battle story because I don't believe that she said anything out of line. Probably the mentioning Darren Mattox, but he he's one to mention. So I mean, he's a lot of people's favorite. So for her to mention it, I don't think it was out of
Yeah, man, I agree with you
line. Hmm.
totally. Because, for example, I can even make reference to, say, Blair Turner. He was just ordinary as our local players. So he was just stating the obvious.
Hmm. Yeah, man. What else you wanna discuss?
Yeah, man, that's my contribution for now. Just keep up the good work, and and you know, love the program as usual.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it. All right, big
All
up
right.
yourself and big up Worm.
Yeah, man. Big up the barber for here, so
All right, sir. Big up Worm.
cool.
Cool. Yes, that was MPEC people. Big up to MPEC. So Neil, what's up? Not here, yeah? No, we're not here. I hear a sound, but it's low. Yes, Fabian. No, not here. Yeah. You want to jump on, jump off, and jump on, no? When no, but when I mentioned Antonio, she highlighted Boza, but she did say that he could be one to use, and also Shamar Nichols. So don't get it twisted. I think it is being said in her environment because of the few she knows she accepts, but she doesn't know the others. That's what really gone. What's the number code? It's not on the screen. Can you say what it is, please? The number to call in 876-474-3538. 474-3538. It's on the screen, man. Carol said that some of the JA born are currently more unformed than some of the English. Did she say that? Hmm. In that very word, pagan? I don't think so. I think she's more familiar with Jamaican born players. I would say that late. When we bring up Antonia, she just said Boza like she's Antonia, she don't know what the English player. Yeah, man, she said he's good for marketing. Remember the question was specific, and she said yes, he is. But I think that they should be looking at a player like Shamar Nichols. He did allude to that he would have been good, but so I like to she dismissed it altogether fresh. But with all honesty, she did say that she didn't know. Yeah, she did say that, Obito. Persons having short-term memory, man. There's something I've come to. People act like Matos and Watson didn't get their chances in part, qualify and fail to capitalize, then need to move up. Alright, Fabian Paul. Man, them leg of the Matos thing now. She said was referring to who she knows. Thank you. To sport. You were listening. You look at Neil had in a earpiece, but it wasn't coming through clearly at all. Coach, I'm hearing a buzzing noise. Yes, people, we hear the buzzing noise. Coach, you're way back in the chat. Yeah. When the call come in, I stop put them up. Most of the English player came expecting to play in a system format which they are used to, not a free for all moment. The pigeon noise are killing me. Really? Oh, your internet Neil. She don't like them. That is why she deflect the question. Okay. I think if I ask her, she'll say nothing of the sort. So, Red Crossing, she intentionally mentioned local born players in reference to marketing. Right. I don't know ramp still enough. I don't know ramp at all. Check, check. Testing, testing. Did you hear that song? Caller, good evening. You're live.
Hello. I'd like to talk with Coach a couple of
Yeah, man, you're talking to me. You're live. You want to talk live?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, man.
Coach, I just wanted to re-emphasize a point that I was making in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And
Who is this?
because it's happening, and cricket and football are my two sports. This is coach. And there's a thing happening in cricket that I think, and the YouTube channels don't underestimate the power that they have, because people listening to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And when our team doesn't perform, I think we need, as fans, need to be harder on them when they don't perform. I think we look around for excuses for them too much. You see the reaction that
All right, coach. Can you hear me now?
fans gave when they lost 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
They're not supposed to
Not
have it.
sure I can hear you. Is there something?
They came out and they said all kind of things. They were even, they walked out of the stadium.
Okay.
That's the kind of reaction that fans give to their sporting teams. I think when we lose, when we don't perform well, a lot of our channels and a lot of our fans are too okay with it, and doesn't call them out really. And
Well, hold on, caller. Hold on. Are you saying that when the players don't play well, the channels don't call them out? That's what you're saying? I want to hear it clearly.
yes, well, that's what I'm saying.
No, no, man, I don't think that is right. Or that is correct.
So if you listen to the rationale that some of our channels come up with,
Mm-hmm.
whenever we underperform and we just don't understand. If you hear the rationale, the other day when West Indies, before they started the competition and they played the two warm-up matches,
Mm-hmm.
I heard channels outright coming out saying, don't read into the two losses. It's warm-up matches and they're just trying out tactics.
No, man, but we not talk cricket
Right.
over here, man.
Huh?
We not talk cricket over here.
Yes, sir?
We don't speak cricket over here.
Yes, that didn't hear you properly, coach.
No, I'm saying we don't speak cricket over here. So we couldn't refer to anything
Okay,
like
no,
that.
man. I'm just speaking generally about the attitude towards it happened in football.
Okay.
It's just the attitude of our fans I'm talking about. We don't want to hold the players accountable. The other day when we lost to Japan under 20 team or under 22 or whatever, it was the same thing.
No,
it was
man.
the same thing like, oh, they're just testing our players.
No.
And Papa is just trying
No.
new tactics.
No.
And it was because it was his Papa in charge and
No.
they fired everybody.
No,
And
caller.
they fired
Caller, let me stop you. Let me stop you.
Apart from the non-performance of the boys. The
No.
fact that they're not playing well. And we must say that they're not playing well.
Caller, let me stop you right there. That is not true.
Amen.
On this show, we give our objective review after games. And we talk about them.
In your estimation, coach.
Yes, and we go through.
You must listen back to some of your videos yourself, I hear what your panel is talking about, You have to go back, man, and listen sometimes, man, and listen to the tone of what your panel is saying, right? And here is lastly, the lady, the distinguished lady that came on tonight. All respect to her,
right.
Rabbi and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But she was emphasizing looks. and marketing people who are good looking. But it doesn't matter how good looking you are if you're not playing the sport on the field and winning stuff. It is going to be hard to market you. You can't market a team that is losing badly to Japan under 20. So you go and market them people.
Caller, I put it to you. You said that I should go and listen about the previous shows. I would
Yes.
suggest that you listen them because when it comes on to being critical, and we are always fair in our criticism, after that debacle in Japan, are you saying that we did not have an objective review of that game? We call for heads. What are you talking about?
You also head coach. You coach, you are one of the persons who is always
Yes, we call for players not to play again because they weren't good enough. That's what was on the show. I don't know where you get your information from.
all right, coach. Whenever we perform rubbish again, and because it's going to happen, because Papa can't coach anything, so we're going to be performing rubbish again. And I'm going to be listening in the chat and look out for South Cross.
Oh, this is South
I
Croy.
will highlight when your panelists are there.
All right.
Get the chance to performance at the TV.
Don't hang up yet, South Croy. Did you watch the stream when that we had after the Honduras game?
The Honduras game.
Mm-hmm. Did you watch that
When
stream?
we beat Honduras 2-0.
Uh-huh.
I think I did watch at least some of the stream.
Uh-huh. So what was the review that we gave to that game?
You people were the general mood on your panel was happiness. I was happy because
Happiness for what? Happiness for the 3 points.
Of course.
Exactly.
But I was happy too. I'm not saying that when the team wins that we shouldn't praise them and say they win. Of course, you people are going to be happy because you're pro that team. It's like you're not only a Jamaican who will support the team. It's like you're pro the team. It's like you people think for some reason that it is unbalanced and it's not objective. If you call a spade, then we lose. You know, when we win, we do it enough. But when we lose,
no man, this
like,
South Cry, yeah, miss up man.
Up with all of these rationale.
South
Why
Cry.
we coming up with rationale more than give it to the team? And so we demand that they're not doing this kind of rubbish.
South Cry, I still disagree. You had games in the Gold Cup where the team was winning and we overly critical till another blogger who is in the United States, our friend Dominic Rich, was saying it's like it's very difficult for us to be pleased because we got 3 points and we are complaining. So I don't know where you're getting your information from.
I hear people on your panel saying how one gentleman on the panel, I can't remember what his name is, saying how we can just stop. He didn't use the word shut up, but I'm just paraphrasing. He almost said we can just shut up and know that Papa is going to be there and just like it. Just stop it. Just I think his name Cranky, I'm not sure. But he said just stop it. You see, his attitude was don't even say anything about Papa. Because he's going to be there. He's the man that is there.
But caller, that is right. They are not going to fire him. A lot of people have been saying Papa out, and they are not firing him. So it is truth. It is truth. They are not going to fire. A lot of people have been saying
that he was saying it in full. He wasn't just saying it like I understand what you're saying.
Well,
all right, they're not going to fire him, so they say let us have him.
I think
that's not the mode that he was saying it in. He was saying that Papa was there because he's supporting Papa being there. That is what I'm saying to you, folks. And I am saying that as fans, if when we play rubbish, we're going to sit down and find rationale. Where's the pressure? The 12th, you know that we are the 12th man on our football team.
But
And 12, the 12th person is very important in football.
Mr. St. Croix, me I address you as Mr. because you sound like you're an experienced individual. I I totally, totally, and I say it without any uncertain term, disagree with you wholeheartedly. And what you're saying
Yes,
is not truth.
yes.
It is
What do
not.
you disagree with?
Coach,
We
coach,
we talk the truth over here. When
coach,
a play well, we talk it. When a player plays well, we talk it. So how come you
coach,
that we are saying every game the players play well? No, we don't do
So
that.
it's Papa doing well in the present campaign.
I would say no.
coach,
Of
coach,
course he's not.
But
coach, coach, you hear me?
but
He's
you're
keeping you
obviously you're not
you know,
following.
that
Obvious.
time here.
Hold on. Obviously you're not.
Coach,
Hold on.
coach, coach, coach.
I said before, many people were saying Hopper out. So how come is that supporting the coach?
No,
Every
people
night you
were
come on, you see this
people,
hashtag. You know that went trending on social media, Hopper out.
yeah, because people like me are posting in your chat from time to time and we're saying Papa home.
No, but do
But
did you
people who are
did
more
you
visible.
go on Twitter to hashtag Hopper out?
Yeah, yeah. I think you're probably.
No man, I'm asking if you did you go on Twitter to put a hashtag Tapa out. Did you?
No,
So you see, you are not helping to put the mileage out. So you are telling that people are not doing it. That's why it became a trending issue on Twitter because persons were not pleased with what was happening or with what is happening.
I am, but I know that there are persons who are not pleased post. What I'm saying is that a lot of the YouTube channels that has a lot of reach, when we hear the panelists on the program, the people in the chat, like myself,
Listen,
I can big up them people
if the
because I've seen in the chat when I'm there
but
that they are others.
the
Even
panel
one
is
or two of your
diverse.
moderators.
Mr. St. Croix,
They are very dismayed with some of the things that I'm saying.
the
But
panel is
a lot of the
diverse.
time, the chat is saying something different from what your panelists are saying.
But
And you
not
are the more visible people.
not everybody on the panel will be saying Tapa out. Not everybody in the chat will be saying Tapa out. People are diverse.
Yes,
You can't hold a man and put his hand behind him and say set Tapa out. No. Everybody is
no,
entitled to their own opinion.
of course, too. Of
Exactly.
course. But some opinions are more informed than some.
Well,
I'm telling you that,
even if it is more
yeah,
informed, it is still a man's opinion. So I don't get
huh?
what you say. But we have to cut the call now, Mr. Sencroy.
Yeah,
Thank you
man,
very much. Thank
of
you
course.
very
All
much.
right, cool. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. I want them
Good,
to quiet.
good night, coach.
Come on. Welcome. I had to deal with that. Excuse me, Neo.
No, 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 but coach, I want to say firstly, I mean, on a very historic day in our country, you see me
Hold on.
beaming with pride, um, beaming with pride, having created history in the country, um, with the first female chairman. Big up all the women, them, you know. But coach, people who watch coach's desk on a transistor radio should not be allowed to call in and speak about the program. That's just the fact. If you watch coach's desk on a TV, that your little brother have to go up on the roof and twist it around, and you have to hanger in at the antenna, don't call it. Because what will be happening is that from time to time your TV will be cutting out your transistor and you won't hear or see the coach's desk. One of the top three live streams on football. You cannot entertain them, coach. You cannot. And caller, I would not even suggest you go back and look. because your device has a problem. I just say going forward, pay a keen attention and don't babysit on the night when you watch coach's desk or you're distracted by your children. Something is distracting you that you would not know that we are critical of the team even when we win. We
That
give thanks for 3 points.
you might miss something, man. You might miss something.
No, I don't know if that makes sense. Coach, you keep going low and high. So big up Team Cataract. Any rumors of my demise at the Parkland Church there in Mobay is wide of the mark. Cataract is back. Big up Team Cataract. Big up the Buckle Gang. Yes. I see you let loose, let fly. I'm very proud of you. Wesley, all Ricky Dance, Jarvis Parish, the real soldier them, Ames. Yeah, man. You understand? Big up to the damn self. No shatter. I was not in the police car. So that's why I'm saying rumors. But I'm escorted during my short torrid campaign. But big up everybody. Yeah, man, I have to kiss the babies and shake the hands. You know how it goes. But let's talk football. But you know my thing. I'm a football. I'm a love football. I'm a love music. I'm a love my little politics. So big up Miss Angela Bromberg, the first female chairman of a political party in this hemisphere. Big up herself.
Before you move on,
And big up all the peaceful people them where cause Jamaica's a democracy,
Qatar, before
And
you move on, hold on.
always wonderful that we are able to put
Sorry,
that spirit behind us. 5,000 fans in the stadium. I hope we're able to talk about that and I have some words about the marketing that I heard. Because if you can market this Jamaican team, remember, let me give an example. Swindon Town is in League Two in England and they can market. So you market what you get. That's what marketing is. It's easy to market Brazil, but you have Jamaica. You have one of the top 10 strikers in the world and you can't market.
check,
You
check.
understand?
Yeah, hear me, Qatar?
Oh, I'm hearing now.
Yeah, man.
I
Uh,
wasn't hearing you before.
I was saying, I say, people are really difficult to please, man. Sometimes you have to just hold your own and stay in your lane because many people talk about us being critical as bloggers. We are being too harsh and we go easy. And when we do it, this man no see. Make you understand. And we get
But
all that.
remember say players rush way. I said, boy, yeah, this them and yeah, this them and thing. So where do we stand? We are just talking the truth, and that's the most important thing because we want to see the best for the Reggae Boys. So I hope I can hear Neil Sovereign on the whole marketing and yeah, you can the whole marketing and them thing, But coach, I mean, I know in our country everybody has the freedom of speech, but that no mean the madman where they run a South Camp Road there. I forgive my mic and listen him. I'm just saying though, bro. Neo, your audio sound a weird dog. I don't know.
You having a headset now?
No, yeah.
Hey, oh, disconnect that.
Disconnect and re-enter and try again. Yeah, Beta, different people have to live in Ireland. Big up a Beta, big up our show, man. See, we have to just live as one. Because remember when it come to Reggae Boys, there's no orange or green. There's no UIC. There's just,
All
the
right,
ball
all
in the
right.
back of the net. And we want peace in the country. And when the footballers are doing well, the country is at peace, at least for a day or two. Grammy family, check in. You know what I mean? Check in. Lots of things we talk about. When the ladies love the barrel body, you understand? One
Yeah,
tub done.
well, I what kind of thing that in a football we are talking about in the boss. Oh, when
Yeah, but
oh,
Yeah, but the ladies know that when you buy a barrel of beer, it's better than when you buy a six pack. It lasts longer. Wine is aged in barrels. Fun
So
fact for you.
the question is that people believe that Miss Beckford was anti UK players. You got that from
I'll
him?
have to I'll have to have a chat with her. I know her personally. I'll have to set her straight. And let me tell you somebody again. What I would have asked if I was able to come on the platform is I would have loved to ask Ms. Beckford if she could identify these UK players because it's illegal for Jamaica to
You
play
say
with
you don't know
UK
them.
players. It's illegal. There are 23 Jamaicans. When people are gonna get that through their thick skulls. So I don't know. I can't think because I don't I want to report this matter to FIFA that Jamaica is playing with Englishman and UK players. I want to report it because it's wicked and it breaks the rules. Big up the 23 Jamaican man them are coming. Oh no, 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 the struggle and the pain and the thing in a bad man. That me I tell you now. And let me say, if we don't have one vision, which is to qualify for the World Cup and reach the knockout stages, we are gonna do that fool thing here over and over and over and over and over. We are not saying one or the other. We are saying there must be a developmental system in Jamaica, right? For local talent who are on the island to develop to the highest level. That must be something nobody can fight against that. But equally, where the best talent resides elsewhere in the world, we must get the best talent. Oh, that's hard.
I don't
Oh,
know.
that's hard. But I don't know. But again, MPEC, I want to say to you, the UK born players. But again, FIFA doesn't ask for a birth certificate. It asks for a passport, my friend, as a proof of citizenship. So there you go. We're playing by the rules. So I'm asking, man. It just I get it just I get it just I get it I get to me, man. Like seriously, show me one Michael Antonio that we have produced in the last 20 years. Show me one striker with the quality of Michael Antonio. And let's not faff about this, right? When you're not calling him, when you call the name in the comment section, make we say a striker who can leave right now, step into a top 10 Premier League team, start and be the leading goal scorer in the Premier League. Luton Shelton couldn't do it. Luton Shelton is not a Premier League level striker. Walter Boyd flopped at the championship. And Walter Boyd is a winger, but if you want to say he's a striker, fine.
So, Qatar, go on to the greater mind. I'm interested to know I'm the greater mind.
I have many mics. We'll take that one mic.
Yeah, son, man, no? Cool, no?
We have many mics. And people about the greater mic bad enough. Because greater mic about isolation change my but roll out it. Mics, man. Mics upon mics, like people have rocks on rocks. But let me just tell you, no, I want the man to serious. The name is a man got Boza. Boza not the top scorer in the Belgian league, much less become my Premier League. A lot of development. One goal in 5 shots is not a Premier League level striker, like lower reaches. Luton Shelton never established himself as a Premier League striker in his time. Couldn't walk into a team. Could not. The closest thing that we have that can walk into a Premier League team is Leon Bailey.
Hold on, when he was playing for Sheffield, where was Sheffield?
Championship.
Okay, just checking.
But not, he was not a spectacular striker. He's a decent striker. You know, you can earn a wage and earn a salary. So he was not a flop, but he's not lighting up the league. Man, you never heard story. I never read any story that Manchester United Arsenal, Chelsea, um, you know, were looking to move and pay 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 million for his services. When you're a Premier League striker, people pay money for you. People who have a better football knowledge than Cataract. That is their job. And this is what I don't get another reasoning. That's what I don't get another reasoning. People whose job it is to spot talent. The man them go to Belgium weekly. The man them have scouts that live in the Belgian league. Every club, every top 6 club in England has a scout that is in League 1, in France, La Liga, Italy, Belgium, Germany, Holland. Them 6 countries there. Them have Portugal. Them have living 24-hour scouts in those leagues. So you're telling me that the scout in Belgium hasn't rang up all the Soul Sky and said, look here, your team now score nothing. Bowser is the man.
No, but
How come him name the call upon Newcastle? Newcastle are by everybody in the world.
Cataract, I understand what you're saying about you're trading very dangerously, you know.
I am.
When you use
I'm
that
saying to
narrative,
you, Bowser is not the finished product. He's not the finished product.
but when you use that narrative, I remember we're
Yes.
talking about being divisive. You know, when we're using that,
Mm.
when you're using that narrative, it begs to believe that you might be treading on a line to say that the locals aren't good, so they are not needed.
No, I am saying,
No, and
let me be absolutely clear. I am talking about players who are born in Jamaica, establishing themselves in the top leagues in the world. It has not happened. It is not happening.
yes, Cataract, but that is sufficing to say that you might be still saying that you might be treading on dangerous ground. Because what you're saying is that since they have not reached to that level, then they should not be around.
No, I'm saying they need to step their damn game up. They need to work harder, chat less, spend less time on social media, and more time after team working on free kicks like Sahila or Georgina Perman.
No, but if they don't,
Hold on, let me ask you something. Who here can kick free kick for Jamaica? Like
Taxi.
Georgina. No,
Taxi
please.
Lawrence.
Oh, please. Perman, you know what this man's percentage of free kicks on target was? Or Roberto Carlos? Taxi no reach Roberto Carlos level of free kicks. Let us not be delusional, brother. If
Yeah.
you had a free kick to take right now from the left side, any football in the world, would you pick Taxi over Roberto Carlos to take that free kick? Somebody audio Mike song away. No one if
Is
I'm my own.
Is it me? Can you hear me? Good evening, guys.
Can everybody mute? Neo, you just mute your mic? Yeah, Neo.
here again,
You have what we call a jump and sound.
Cataract, you hear the song?
Yeah, man. When Neo turn on, me hear it. When he mute,
Okay,
Hold on. Because I'm hearing a song, you know.
I have a
hold on,
song.
hold on.
I have a song.
Can you? Good night, gentlemen. Is it me? Can you hear me?
I am hearing you, Richard, clearly.
I can hear you, Richard.
Okay, I can hear a sound as well. Good night, gentlemen.
So let me mute.
It is my sound, people. It is my sound.
Coach.
I have a new system I'm trying to troubleshoot as we speak.
Coach inset them on.
Yeah, man. So I know Cataract Pinewall is my inner insects.
Inner insects. Shatter. AI learned that one. People have inner insects. Coach, me never know say you have worms. You have to just take your worm medicine if you have inner insects. But I seriously want to say something. No, I'm not suggesting that local people. I'm saying to you that when you are good, those people whose business and job it is to find the best talents in the world, they find you.
Do you believe, Cataract, separate and apart from Jamaica, do you believe that some talent are more special than others that would have gotten an opportunity to showcase their talent elsewhere?
Can I answer that question too, Coach?
Yes.
Before we respond, I I agree with a part of what
Coach, you have to mute your mic while other people are talking. We can't hear them.
yeah, I mean, I agree with Cataract to some extent, but I would just want to add this to what Cataract is saying. Um, the players do need to work harder. I mean, all players who wish to to excel at the game need to practice their game and stuff. But um, I think that it is. I don't want to say naive, but we also have to include the ideas that it depends on who is it is the team that you're playing on being marketed to the world. How much respect does your football nation get? Are there agents coming to your country to see you? You know, what are the conditions in your country in terms of the fields and your opportunity to play against good opposition so that you can sharpen your game or whatever it is you're doing. So I agree. I think 80% of what you say is true, Cataract, but I think there's a 20% relating to agents, relating to fields, relating to how your particular country is viewed in terms of football talent. Um, I can't say that all of these guys who listen, the EPL is one of the best leagues in the world. It's one of the most expensive leagues in the world. It probably is the most expensive league in the world, and only the best of the best do get to become top strikers here. Um, what is the footballing history of a nation? I mean, we've only been to the World Cup one time. Many of the people were top strikers in the EPL, their countries have gone to the World Cup many times. I mean, there are a lot of variables involved. But I will agree with you that the players do need to step up their game.
So Neil, let's take some real life examples. Costa Rica, Kayla Navas. Did he have some Costa Rican league? Don't have no big great exposure. It's not on Sky Sports or it's not the Costa Rican league. I mean, it's one player them they got take out.
I don't know the history of
Hold
Navas.
on,
I can't
hold on. No,
challenge it.
right. Um, let's go further. Let's go to a club near and dear to my heart, Leeds. We were looking for a left back to replace Alioski. You know who we have? A Dominican Republic international, born in the Dom Rep, couple 100 miles away from us, Junior Firpo. I didn't hear them. I'd never heard anything in Leeds saying, let us look at that excellent left back, Kemal Lawrence, in the Belgian league and bring him in. It wasn't there. Freeport, Dom Rapids don't have any reputation of football. I'm saying to you where talent exists, then go get the talent because it is their business to stay in the Premier League and win games. That's how they get paid. When they don't have no emotion, They don't have no emotion.
I have a counter example. I have a counter example for you. I have a counter
Okay,
example
give,
for you.
give me the call. But what I'm saying is that our players have been playing 2 or 3 or 4 seasons, in the European space where they are
I'm gonna
highlighted to
reconcile.
scout.
I'm gonna reconcile what you're saying to what I am saying.
Okay.
Um, and the perfect example is Leon Bailey. The stories we heard of Leon Bailey is that he got passed over for talent in Jamaica. Like, you know, he was late coming into the national team, and there were other players in Jamaica who were rated above him. And the way he got to Europe was, through the back door. He went there with his agent slash father, and they stayed there and trained hard and lived a rough life. And Leon spent a lot of time putting in the hard work, right? Sleeping in hotel rooms in other places where probably a lot of people are not prepared to do. But as you said, Cataract, the man worked hard, you understand? And then he got to Europe. And then he worked hard when he was in the Bundesliga and he's now in the EPL. The point is that a lot of, I won't say a lot, but a decent amount of his development took place outside of Jamaica because what his agent said was that when they got to Europe they did lots of playing and lots of scouting and lots of training, which is not to say that other Jamaicans can't do it, but they should at least be prepared to do what Leon Bailey did.
No, Fabian Full. I'm not saying a Jamaican developed player. He's a Jamaican born player. If you have the talents and you are willing to put in the hard work and graft, you can reach where you have to reach. And Leon Bailey has proven himself to be a legitimate Premier League level winger. What is happening now is that there is more than just talent required to survive in the best league in the world. Will he hold up? Because some players have the talent, but the body can't hold up to the rigors of the Premier League and what it requires, the amount of running, the amount of lactic acid you build up, and the just the sheer fanatic nature of the game at the Premier League. There's no time to rest or breathe. Many players break down. Let me give you an example. Kevin Stewart, I have said this before, is a Premier League central defensive midfielder. All the talents Kevin Stewart has. His body can't hold up. Him injured every few weeks. The intensity of the game is different. Some man can't manage the mental expectation. You wake up and is the Mirror, the Sun, the Daily Mail, the Telegraph, the Guardian, the Times, the Record, and then you have 3-4 local papers in your county, all writing on you, all telling you play bad.
Media blitz, radio, TV.
You think that our player rating them bad? Look here, man. So Leon Bailey has the talent and the skill set of a Premier League player. The question is, does he have the body structure and the health to be able to survive a season? Because remember, a man now go play for you for depend the medical table for half a season. But there's no questioning what he can do on the field. I'm saying there are other players, some of whom we give great credit, national hero status, that can make the first team of their own club. When you go to a club and you can't make the first team, they mean that there are 23 better players than you. Or there are 2-3 players in your position that you are not impressing the coach. Let me call out name. Tyreek Magee. Do you think the coach at SPN is saying, Jesus Christ, what a wonderful central attacking midfielder? Bench, because you're too good. I'm going to play with 2 rocks. No. When you're in a team, they say that what happens on the training ground, the manager selects his starting 11 and his bench. If you're constantly being left out of the squad without an explanation, Natty Congo, Luton Shelton played 4 games in the Premier League and scored 0 goals, 201 minutes. It's a blip. That's not a Premier League striker. So forgive me. I take forgiveness because I think they were relegated, if my memory serves me correct. But it's 4 games. So that's like what we do. The man is a Premier League striker. He's our hero. Him do great things for Jamaica and Reggae Boyz. But he played 4 games in the Premier League. I don't even want to dig, because the man memory. I don't even want to dig up and tell you how much little bit of shot them him have. Right? That's not a Premier League striker.
Cataract. Neo Sovereign, Coach's Desk. Can you hear me? Greetings. This Cataract, I remember your outstanding debate with Cataract. I remember you got your hand in there. I remember your outstanding debate with
I just wanted to finish one thing.
Go ahead.
Then they went to the championship. He played 15 games and scored 1 goal. Had 1 assist. But he's a great international striker for us. And those games come occasionally. When you're in a league, you have to produce that week in, week out. That's what they used to say. But now you have to produce it 2 times per week. It's not like when we did start watch football when the game is 1 game per week. Now you have to do it 2 times per week. Go through.
Full respect. This
Before you speak, Richard, are you still hearing the humming sound?
it wasn't being heard, but now we can hear the humming very loud.
Hearing it?
He was muted before.
You're still hearing it?
Okay. Yes, can still hear it.
Engineer, link up his sound room.
Yeah.
Engineer, put on the Guinness and link up his sound room.
Reboot. Now it's now. All right, so look, this marketing situation is very, very interesting. Far more ticklish than maybe you, certainly me, could have imagined. Neil and Cataract, and viewers and subscribers, I'd love to hear your insight and your input, because when Cataract and Cronky were having that legendary debate and marketing came up, there was a wealth of ideas, a deluge of ideas, which sounded outstanding. And I thought, these are golden nuggets, and you could take your pick from what you need to you can pick up on. What's really interesting now is, at the heart of the matter, how would you going forward actually seek to market the Jamaican national team with its composition? Cataract, you seem to be suggesting that Mikel Antonio, being the leading, most high profile footballer in the national team, which I 100% agree with, that he should be the figurehead, the person where the spotlight, upon which the spotlight is thrown. But the national team and the squad is composed of a variety of players, which is very interesting. So, what would you suggest the likes of Ms. Beckford does in tackling marketing of the national team? I'm all ears. I didn't see when Ms. Beckford was on the show. I'm going to watch the show afterwards. But going forward, I want to see you guys putting your heads together. How do we best market and identify with and promote the Jamaican national team? We've got players born in Jamaica. We've got players from the Jamaican diaspora. I'm really going to be listening carefully, and I will seek to interject as and when necessary. Proceed, gentlemen.
So let me answer you directly. And I'm going to there's a thing in management called low hanging fruit. Print the damn jerseys with the name on the back. Put them on sale in places where they can be accessed. How hard is that? Like that's a that even picnic where I sell lemonade or them I sell Girl Scout, I sell cookies. That's if you don't sell the product, then what happen? You put a price, it's a 20 cents for a glass or 20 pence, and people come, or £1, and people come by and support you, right? But I am wanted to say here, people excuse, you're not, the ladies, you're not gonna see the pretty face because the mic is in the way. I haven't adjusted it yet, the new mic. But listen to me. I am want to hazard a bet, and I challenge the GFF. Print the 23 names on the jersey, and I'm going to tell you now the following sales. Number one jersey that will be sold globally and everywhere will be Mikel Antonio. Number one. Number two, Leon Bailey. Bailey, 7. That's going to sell. Number 3, Anthony Grant. Number 4, Nicholson. I guarantee you, that number 18 or whatever, Fisher, is going to mildew and dry rot. Watson, gonna dry rot. Guarantee you. In a team, you have some players that can be marketed, and you have players who are marketable. Burger King sells a lot of products, but what do they what or coach engineer coach coach
You still are here?
coach it's a deaf way. It's a deaf way. You think you have to retire tonight, coach, and maintenance man them pull down the box, not put up the chop all in for the box and pull down the box. Yeah, man. Maintenance crew. When they come out that truck, come pull down the sound, pack up. Coach. Um, well, so I will challenge. I can be wrong in the number 3 or whatever, but I'm saying let me put it away. Kurt Steele, I'll be thinking. In the 5, those 5 jerseys will sell, and Mikel Antonio will sell 100 times more than anyone. You know why? Because West Ham have like 80-something thousand fans, and I'm sure that at least half of them were to buy the Mikel Antonio Jamaica jersey for posterity. We just think small. Like, we think that Jamaican alone buy a jersey. West Ham has fans all over the world. It's a East London. It's a East London team, the biggest team in East London.
Cataract, we missed a trick here. I didn't pick up on the interview earlier, and I want to see what night.
Somebody asked about Ravel's jersey.
Ravel.
I don't think Ravel jersey selling, because Ravel Morrison is not a player. Ravel Morrison is not a player who has spent or played a lot of games for a lot of clubs. So I don't see West Ham fans remembering Ravel Morrison to go buy him jersey. Derby don't have enough fans. I don't see it. So Ravel would come in like the 6th, but I would never say Ravel jersey with dry rot, right?
Did you guys talk about? Did you go ahead, Neil? I want to find out. Did you talk about the example of selling jerseys, and what is the criteria for selecting how many jerseys? Would it be a print on demand? How would you go about it? And was this discussed with Miss Beckford?
Right. So Miss Beckford didn't really discuss that specifically. What she did say was that she has tried in the past to counsel the JFF, and that her advice seemed to have fallen on deaf ears, and that she basically sounded kind of frustrated at the fact that they don't seem to be taking advice, which apparently may have come from her or other people. So, she didn't really address that specifically. She did say that, because I think I put a question to her, and I'll just say this to both of you guys. The JFF has, they've already signed a kit deal with Umbro, right? And those deals I'm assuming is an exclusive kit deal. So if you're going to manufacture jerseys for sales, it is going to have to be manufactured by Umbro, right? Now I don't know how long it would take Umbro to print those names on jerseys and make them available on the market. But in today's world, I don't see why it would take very long to do that. It's certainly not something.
Just a minute. Can you hear a sound? Is that Cataract's mic? I can hear something in the background. Is it me? Let me mute mine.
It might be mine. But I'll fix it in just one sec.
Okay, proceed.
Right, but I was going to say to you, that I don't know how long it would take Umbro to print those names on the jerseys and make them available, for sale in different places. But just to also address Cataract's point, I agree with Cataract, but but you have to know your market though, because I can imagine that whereas Antonio's jersey might be selling number 1 in England or Europe, chances are another jersey might sell with a different player's name, might sell more in Jamaica or somewhere else. The point is, you have to. One of the things Miss Beckford mentioned was research. You have to do your research, and you have to know what your market is. She did say that she seemed to be working with individual athletes, right, as opposed to working with the GFF as a as an entity. She kind of sounded like she would work with the different players. But what is good for the players would also be good for the GFF, right? Because they are on the Reggae Boys team, and so it would benefit the GFF in terms of the jersey sales. But one of the things I mentioned to just one secretary, last thing is that okay, is that the United States Football Federation, they are also a non-profit organization, but they have created a for-profit organization that what it does is it tries to market um, the U.S. men's team through merchandising, through advertisements, through royalties, and that for-profit entity makes a lot of money for the U.S. Soccer Federation. And so I respectful didn't really address it, but I asked him if, and I'm also putting it out there that the JFF needs to have some kind of similar entity, right? Where they can actually look to start making money from the team in order to fund the team, right? But at the end of the day, the last thing I will say is, for some reason, the JFF does not seem interested in doing any of this.
So, Neil, I just stuck my hand up not to stop you, but just to remind myself I had a point to make. So let me tell you. Every minute that you don't sell something, that's gone. You can't get that minute back. You can't get that time back. That's why people who are in sales, particularly fast food, they're trying to sell as many burgers as they can. They're not trying to be dainty. No. Jersey are one thing. You ever see on Dallas and data lady on to support Dallas Cowboy? Our sheet a Dallas Cowboy. The towel in the bathroom a Dallas Cowboy. The comforter or the blanket a Dallas Cowboy. The slippers a Dallas Cowboy. The robe a Dallas Cowboy. The curtain them a Dallas Cowboy.
She
The
said that.
picnic have things. So
Mhm.
it is not just jerseys. It is dunce. And let me just say this. I
Yes,
big
it could
up
be
everybody, and some
hats.
people might feel anti-local or whatever. If somebody can mute the mic, I hear no feedback. The anti-local or whatever. But I just tell you something. When you're dealing with a big picture and a global brand, you can't manage no global brand from one room office round a crossroad and a New Kingston. It no works. So if anybody don't come to me and tell me how come them will get Toyota to come support Jamaica and put Toyota upon the slave, no come chat to me. Cause whole heap of Toyota we buy boy. Mark X, one bag of Toyota we buy boy. Those are the things become. They come to me about Captain Baker and little man around the corner. Flow and did sell money not turn up like that. If them now come tell me how Samsung, where every little somebody have one Samsung A1, A10, S10, S20, S30. Where's that global marketing powerhouse to bring Samsung to the table? Yeah, go tell me about man a $5 million free water and put it on front page. That don't work for me, brother. You understand? Don't you have the license plate? Let me I tell you, there is no that is marketing. And I am not a trained marketer, but me have a market party and them thing and sound. So I have to learn about marketing. You understand? When
Cataract
me
in
go with
your
Cataract Sound and me and someone I get it, and me tell us a Cataract Sound was sponsor. QSC amplifiers. Everywhere me go but talk about them thing. That's all not Jamaican and that. We do only for first bad man. Because you
What's
think we're
holding?
gonna live, what we are gonna live on? A man a
What's
pay
holding?
with a man
What's
a pay
holding?
with 150,000 Jamaican dollar to come play a party. You think that and then an artist want 500 US for cut a dub? You have to look at the realities of business. The Jamaica Football Federation has a product. What it is that they don't know what the hell to do with the product. It's like a man start dating Lisa Anna and then put one apron on her until I stay in her kitchen and cook turn cornmeal. And he not take her out nowhere. When you have a beautiful lady, you take her places. Claudine H. When you have a beautiful lady, you take her places. You take her fine dining. You take her to the movies. You show her off. JFF have a product and them between the last game that play and now. Do you know how much? You know how much airtime the Reggae Boys has gotten? Zabadilch. Why are they not on the talk programs? Why is
You
there
know,
not a little 10 minutes thing and thing and you get some marketing? You know, Mark, they don't know nothing about marketing, brother. Right now, the man where I sell lime in a Coronation Market is a better marketer than the man where I sell rat poison. And the man where I sell always by the single one and the stay free. He might better. Cause me hear him say, you know,
can I
you
just
hear man,
interject?
yeah, go ahead, Neo.
And I go make it talk soon. But let me just interject quickly. I so we've seen the JFF say that they are welcoming back. I don't remember the lady's name. She worked in marketing for them. Um, they fired a person who was there, and they allowed this other person who was there before to come back. She said that she has basically upgraded her game because when she was there before, I can't say that the marketing was a whole lot better. But listening to her talk and seeing Miss Beckford tonight, and just knowing other things that I know, there is no shortage of capable people who can help the JFF to market if the JFF wants the market. And I am not quite sure what it is that is holding them back. You know, I can, it could be, you know, every 4 years when there's a World Cup campaign, as you get closer to that time, then people remember marketing. And during the off years when the money not coming in, maybe they don't have the money or the resources to continue marketing. I'm not quite sure, you know, what that is about. Um, but what I will say is that there is a mark there, you know, I don't want to say Reggae Boys specific merchandise is being sold, but there is Jamaican football merchandise being sold on the internet, right? Shirts that look similar to the jersey. There are other things that are happening out there, and I'm not sure. Well, it seems to me that the JFF is not getting a cut of that. You know, a lot of these things are made in China. There are different people who pop up and make these things. And, you know, as I said before, it comes back to the JFF failing to protect their trademark, failing to protect their brand. And, you know, this is a big issue, right? At the end of the day, if they don't want to protect those things, um, you know, could it be that they like it the way it is? It could be that they like it the way it is because when there's confusion, I'm sorry, I don't want to say that, but it could be that they like it the way it is, right? Or um, the people who are in the positions of power in the JFF, they lack the know-how and the will to do anything about it.
So Richard, let me just take a second before you respond. Big up Wesley All, the general in a cataract army. Me see you come late to work now. Remember, so the JDF officer with the day round of the kingdom with his excellency, the JFF fire him. You know. Don't make me have to fire you out there cataract army, brother. They expect to see you on time and doing your work in that chat. Big up your whole team cataract. Sir Richard, speak.
Neo spoke volumes and spoke for much of what I was about to ask. I'm going to give Neo further opportunities and yourself further opportunities to answer this vexed but clearly vital question as to why the Jamaican national team is not being marketed and being supported and reaching out for certain companies to help the coffers and to help the visible presence and increase positivity and awareness of the national team. What Neo said was exactly what I was thinking, and I want to get some further answers if we have them. Katarek, I don't know if you were on the show earlier when Miss Beckford was on the show. So again, I'm going to watch from the start, but can you speculate at this juncture as to why the JFF are not reaching out for these opportunities?
Let me tell you, I can't speculate. I don't know what goes on in a man's head. I didn't watch the entire program from when Miss Beckford started, and I said, after kissing babies, one has to go on the platform and give a speech. Acceptance. So, hear me, my brother. Let me tell you. It's the same reason why I can't explain that the JFF would not be in the ring trying to get Mason Greenwood. Like, why they wouldn't call Kyle Walker-Peters' number or call Nathan Redmond's number 6 months after the man has been expressing interest till the interest gets cold. I don't understand how they operate. Period. Point blank. Done. Nothing else to be said.
I'm going to venture another guess. Yeah. Go ahead.
Anything else I would say could be
Okay, go ahead.
libelous.
Yeah.
Could be libelous. But then we have to look at things, maybe Jerry and his nephew. I don't know. You can't think straight. God, look here. Hold on. People, we have a golden generation. The England on the 17 squad that won the World Cup. There are 6 players of Jamaican heritage eligible to play for Jamaica. And they won it 5 years ago. Or 4 years ago, something like that. 2017 one. Phil Foden has transitioned. Mason Mount. But no. Tashard Oakley Booth is still at Stoke. A CDM. He was a CDM at under 17. He scored. Right? Dade Scarlett has transitioned into a striker at a Premier League club, Tottenham Hotspur. They're a bit like a toothless tiger, but he is. So we have the opportunity to look at, and all of them won't fit play into Jamaica. All of them won't make it to play in CONCACAF or can transition into CONCACAF. But for the same reason that the actions of the JFF are inexplicable. Inexplicable.
Let me suggest something to you. So when Miss Bedford was on, she did mention, and I agree, and I think I've mentioned it before, that essentially the way the JFF is structured, there are just foundational flaws in the way the thing is structured that would because of how it is structured, I am not surprised to see what we're seeing. For instance, you have the parish associations, right? Um, you have people who are they make up the board of directors. The leadership of the GFF is coming out of the parish associations. I'm not saying that the parish associations are bad and that they don't serve Jamaican football. But what I'm trying to say is that they have very local concerns, and they are not looking beyond our borders necessarily to market the team. And so the same issue that we're having with bringing in um, Jamaican players who were born overseas, that same issue of not looking beyond your borders is also an issue when it comes to marketing the team. You
So
understand?
Leo,
And so
so
there,
Leo,
yeah.
Leo, I want to interrupt you and interject and say to you, the corporate brands who put billions into ventures, they do so not only with the product that you have, but they look at your corporate structure and your governance structure, because they don't want to align their brand and then something goes untoward and their brand is left stuck with it. Right?
And I was
So,
getting to that too. Yep.
sorry. So I hope you for not eating.
No, go ahead. No, go
Those who
ahead.
play job. So those who think that is a product issue with the JFF, I put it to you that is a corporate governance issue. That when the people who go through the fine tooth comb, they see too many loopholes and do not want to associate their brand fully and wholly with that product. So the Paris Association shows no purpose whatsoever at all. It is unnecessary. It is a bad structure. It's a hierarchical structure when the whole world has gone horizontal.
Right. And it's
People don't
there
have.
from
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
no, and the thing is that it was made when we were not playing professional football in Jamaica. You understand? It is archaic. It is old. It is something that has been there from when we were, when we were still, like I said, not playing professional football in Jamaica. And certainly, it is another. I mean, it just definitely needs to be changed. Another issue is, you know, the same thing. The same thing with the clubs. You know, again, the clubs are great. We need them to develop players. I'm not bashing the clubs. I'm not questioning people's integrity. All I'm saying is that the local concerns, right? The people who have these local concerns and are busy trying to make their clubs profitable should not also be involved in the administration of football. They need professionals at the helm who are going to look beyond the border and realize that our main sources of income is probably outside of Jamaica. We want to bring that money back home to enrich Jamaica, enrich the team, and develop our players. And it's going to have a multiplier effect, right? So, I mean, I think that is a big reason why they have not really,
So
um,
yeah,
you know, done what
you
they're
you
supposed to do.
you have the JFF. El Salvador can't claim to have a captive market in the United Kingdom. The JFF has failed to negotiate any television deal that makes sense. The number one money that comes into football, that's why the Premier League is so rich, is broadcasting rights.
Right.
No, only about people proud of where they come from. But you have to restructure the whole thing. If we had a West Kingston United, a East Kingston United, instead of these little Jewsland Avenue United, like 300 people live on the avenue and then go support the club, and then more time gunshot a bus down there, clum clum clum. Nobody can go a game. That's somebody has to what is called re-engineer the business processes of the Jamaica Football Federation. And the
That's
trouble is
exactly.
that they are going to be re-engineered out. If you have a
That's
club,
right.
go run your club.
That's right.
The thing is that the men are so blind to it, you see? Or as the trainees would say, the fellas so blind to it, man. That, and I know they know better because Mr. Speed works in a bank. That you can't have you can't have a brother as the head of this and the next brother as the head of internal audit.
Right.
Right?
Uh,
He does not see the conflict of interest of being the coach of Cavalier and the chairman of the technical committee. So if you can't see that, then where we going?
yeah. I mean,
Let me tell you what that equivalent to. Let me give you that equivalent. People listen. Because sometimes when we talk, we try to talk and that is the equivalent to us waking up to hear that dog paw is being given the job of commissioner of police. And him saying there's no conflict with me being a criminal and heading a criminal gang and being the head of the police. So Richard, it's obvious. He couldn't have the head of the IRA and then he is the head of MI5 And him say, well, don't bother send me that blow up people and put bomb. Me I go find them and put the bomb. It's there. Even if you don't think it is, it's inherent. Even if you don't mean it. When the decision comes, Neil, you can mute, please. Even when the decision comes down, Richard, you are going to make a decision. You have two players, one at Cavalier and one at Arena, and something comes up. Even if you don't want to, it just in your head back is natural thing, it's survival. So if they can't see that, there's a problem. The English FA, I keep saying it, model yourself after something. Don't reinvent the wheel. I know of no Yorkshire Football Association. None. I don't know of the Midlands Football Association, Parish Association, County Association. I don't know that. Oh, come on. In fact, the FA has a division of the FA that is responsible for grassroots football. That's the people who kick about soccer, the pub leagues, and just kick about for fun. There's a whole division that deals with that and promotes that. There's another part that deals with the professional footballers and another division that deals with non-league football. So why are we reinventing the wheel? I have never seen the head of the English FA has no ties to any football club because they have to make rulings that will affect that football club at some point. No ties. They are lawyers and accountants and hedge fund managers and people who have been in business a long time that know how to operate a business and a company. What we have in Jamaica, little children, if you're watching the program now, close your ears, is incestuous. It's incestuous. I don't know any way to put it. And incest is never a good thing in any way, shape, or form. You must have what's the word they call it, law? You must have some distance between two things so that you don't have even the appearance of bias. If this was the United States, they would be charged for insider trading. You would. And then people just sit down and be like it no matter. You establish a quota system that is there to benefit you and the players in your club so that they can get a better chance at getting in the national team, even if they don't have equal or better ability than another Jamaican who happens to be born elsewhere. There's nowhere in the world that you can discriminate against somebody on the basis of place of birth. And it's acceptable. You would be fired immediately. I mean, them say it and them don't know it's a discrimination. I will not get into that argument today. But marketing comes to the simple things. Why can't the JFF do the simple things right? Every football club in the world, every club in the world, every national team, most national teams own a football ground. There is a shop there because everybody knows when you are stepping into the game, 35,000 people are stepping the game. You are so pumped up, so revved up. You want to grab a jersey, grab a cap, grab something, man. You're pumped up. That's the buying point. No, we wait until Jamaica losing a man in a bedroom, a cuss him friend, and then think he's gonna click the like button to buy $100 jersey. So the mad? Where's that? You know? You are negotiate. You okay? Okay, you got 5,000. I mean, I even know about man. I people make me talk about some good things, yeah, sir. The marketing. I say it again. Peasant. Me go in a Coronation Market, me hear a man say, "Me lime them, man. They lime them big like my head, broad like my nose." And people are buy from him. You understand? Man, I sell rat poison. You know, if you tagline it, anybody who go a Coronation Market know the rat poison. Rat poison. Kill the rat. But if your wife
just
forget your body can get, if your mother get your body can get rat poison too.
really
Multi-purpose.
a joke. Eh?
No, man, but that is a man have to sell. He have picnic to feed. So he have to find a tagline, something that's going to interest the hundreds and thousands of buyers there and differentiate theme product.
But
I just want to add
The
two
people
things.
them
Go
sell
ahead.
orange, them a tell you how sweet orange. Me never hear a man that's like a green orange with sour. Baby orange. No, that's what the JFF is doing. As a matter of fact, they're not even doing that. Them just stand up by the stall. And then they have nothing in that stall. Nothing for sale. Come in. Somebody,
Richard, run it, Richard.
Neil, you've got plenty of positive points and constructive points. Cataract has been laying down several points. What Cataract, what you just said and alluded to and made no bones about it, you're suggesting that this marketing of a national team, the issues therein, from the dreaded Q word, it goes deep. And you're fundamentally saying here on this platform that fundamentally there are problems the size of an elephant, and until they're addressed, we're going to have these issues. If there are certain people from a marketing perspective that say, you know what, okay, let's look at this objectively. We've got X amount of players from research that suggests that these players are marketable and we can sell jerseys and we can put the spotlight on them. If we are also saying and recognizing amongst ourselves, as day follows night, other people recognize this. If we're saying that fundamentally we are hamstringing and being biased against other players and the system and the structures because they are not being given an equitable chance, then it's a very sticky wicket. And there were just some fundamental problems that you guys are highlighting that just makes this a real quagmire going forward. And I can see where Ms. Beckford would have a series of issues. I mean, marketing of a club is one thing. Marketing of a national team, I was just racking my head and thinking, how many national teams are marketed? And marketed effectively, Richard, without any issues or concerns.
Richard,
I can see,
many. Richard, many. And let me say this to you. And let me break this down in the simplest way. No, man.
Please do. This is a real issue.
Let me just break this down in the simplest way.
Go ahead.
The persons with the most disposable income and the most inclination to buy Jamaican are Jamaicans living in the diaspora. So it's like saying Burger King's biggest market is the Rastafarian committee. And then Burger King says, we're going to have a quota on those beef burgers and start selling pork burgers. What do you think your biggest market is going to do? You say to your biggest marketplace, come buy the jersey, buy the mug, buy the glass, but hey, your son can't play for it. He might not join me a card. Your daughter can't join the reggae girls. Back where with that.
Hold
on. Donate. Hit the donate button. But remember, say your picnic. Tell her, say she not Jamaican. But yeah, just that point. This is foolish and stupid. And that means that you don't have the ability to connect the dots.
One hell of a point.
You can't want. It's like a club, let's say in Bradford, and they say, okay, we want to get more Muslims into, Pakistani and those things. There are a lot of them in Bradford. And what they're going to advertise is that they're going to have topless girls and lots of booze and plenty pork. They're not going to come. You have to align your product and your strategy. And that's why the decisions that you make technically can affect your marketability. If you have a reputation of being a discriminatory person or organization, nobody wants to associate with you. Flow and Digicel want the people to buy their credit overseas and send it at home. And then they go put their brand on top of the Reggae Boys jersey on the shoulder. You put it on the shoulder, right? And then the brand is saying that, hey, people in the diaspora, other than nobody, other than a real Jamaican, real Jamaican born here, so other than nobody, you and your blue passport go take a hike. It doesn't work. So the inability to connect the dots and understand that what happens in the HR department affects what happens in the accounts department, affects what happens in research and development department. People don't work in silos. You have to think across the board, and I think that's the problem. And I want to make a final point in terms of what Neil was saying. Look here, I honestly believe, and I wanted to get the point I was making you. When the man in Coronation Market takes that load of limes, he trusts it. And when the end come, he have to send it the money on and pay for the load. If it spoil on him, there's no return policy on market goods. So he has to do and say anything to get that load sold. The Jamaica Football Federation has a small window. You know what happens in countries like England when England is going on a qualifier? There is a Union Jack or a George Cross in every window, on every house. The whole nation is riled up, especially against France and Germany. Oh, let's take it to the Nazis, or let's stick it to the frogs. Like me, I tell
European
Richard,
rivalry.
they're up for it.
Up for,
In Jamaica, when football are play, not even yellow people wear. The GFF wouldn't even say, hey, this is National Yellow Day. Wear your colors. The Reggae Boys are going to play. They don't know what to do. They could have had a national prayer breakfast for the Reggae Boys to bless the campaign and get all the leaders of the industries in Jamaica to be there and open up them purse string. But they might have they probably hire His Excellency to go preach, knowing them.
Let me just add one last thing, Ketrak, related to what you're saying. I brought up the example before, but I'm just going to do it again. So we know that the GFF is a non-profit, which means that they're not really into the business of doing things to earn money for a profit. You understand? That's not their mindset. Also, as I mentioned before, all the structure is that a lot of the older people who there are there from the beginning. They're still there, so it's a lot of older heads. Nothing not wrong with older heads, but they can also learn as much as they can teach. A third point is a lot of the people involved in the JFF now are also they've been in football in Jamaica and they have literally raised the baby from the crib and they're very reluctant to give the baby to other people who I guess they feel know less about football than they do for them to run it. But that is also a mistake because you need professionals to do things like marketing, right? The know-how about football, that is for the field, that is for the coaching, right? Just because you are a good coach don't make you a good administrator of the Jamaican Football Federation. Just because you've been around footballers all your life don't make you a good businessman, right? So you have the non-profit issue, which is the wrong mindset. You have the issue where the stakeholders they are unwilling to pass the management over to anybody else. And then thirdly, I want to bring up the example again of the United States Football Federation. They have made an entity, a for-profit entity, right? Where they have professionals who are in marketing, who know how to make money. This entity is an entity associated with the Football Federation for the United States, but their primary objective is to make money for the team. You understand? Maybe that's what the JFF needs to do. When you have an internal marketing person working inside of this nonprofit organization, right? Perhaps that's another reason why we have failed at marketing because that person is in there amongst people who they don't really put a priority on marketing. That's not their mindset. That's something that's alien to them. That's something that is new and flashy, like YouTube. You understand? And so, so again, they're the mindsets, the attitude, all of those things are just wrong. And that's one of the reasons why we're not getting ahead, because on the Jamaican, the Reggae Boys brand is huge. It is one of those things that people recognize all over the world. And right now, it seems to me that there are other people out there who might be benefiting from that brand or the association with that brand more than the JFF. And that is very unfortunate.
Neil, you have spoken with crystal clarity. My heart is saddened to a degree. My head is a little more informed as to the reasons why the JFF seems so slow, archaic sounding in terms of their work or lack of work in this area. I mean, this is 2021, and I can see a comment by Natty Congo below. Thanks, coaches. That's good to see you back. Which in light, is it inside? Can you shed some light on the reasons why Jamaica haven't qualified since 1998? Well, having joined the wagon this year in June, pre-Gold Cup, it seems absolutely clear to me that until we embrace Natty Congo, Neo, Kata, CD, viewers and subscribers, until we embrace actively the Jamaican diaspora, energetically, enthusiastically, with empathy, wholeheartedly, we'll struggle to make a World Cup. Since 1998, it's a great question, why haven't we qualified? Well, we can see that we've got talent all over the world, but identifying them, welcoming them, laying a foundation where the players are received warmly, are included, and it's an inclusive product, a professional product, and I think that will bring its own problems. I mean, if you're not welcoming talent from the UK, Jamaican players, that will hamstring the cause. Cataract has alluded to the fact that incredibly since 2000 or so, 2001, the under 17s and the juniors have failed to qualify to the deeper stages of their age group competitions. That is quite alarming, but what's even more alarming is that there is Jamaican talent based in England, but Jamaican, that is not embraced. And
but Richard, let me chime in here a little bit, because
yes, please, sir.
That question is basically saying we have been doing the same things throughout the rounds of the qualifiers. So essentially, that is the reason why we have not qualified. And what I believe Natty Congo is saying, we have gone to England, 98, we got to the World Cup. Hence, we continue on the trajectory of getting players out of England. But essentially what he's saying is that possibly that is not working. So what other strategy is there to utilize in order for this thing? Because they say you can't do the same thing the same way and expect a different result. So I think that's what Natty is alluding to.
So, you know what? That's a great question. Cataract, go ahead. Thank you for the clarity, CD. Very interesting. Go ahead.
CD,
I understand.
Let me say this to you. The issue is not the players who were born in England, the Jamaicans who are born in England, and pursuing them to come and play for the team in keeping with the rules set out by FIFA. The issue is the manner and the timing in which you go about said recruitment.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right.
The problem is not the players. What happened before, but we never saw it, that you got a couple of bad players, like your Clayton Dollars, your Trevor Benjamins, who are not of international standard, and people hang them out as the example. But a Marlon King is an international striker. What occurs is that each time we wait until the last minute to bring in players that there's insufficient time for them to assimilate
Go ahead.
into the group
But
and to
Cataract,
gain the group's acceptance. Because in anybody who knows about team sports or even big companies or even departments, you have dynamics.
yeah, that is
It's
understood.
it's not it's not 23 robots. You have man with feeling. You man have man who game a go. Somebody said if you bring in a player now, you're gonna disrupt the chemistry. What if Kemar Lawrence breaks his foot and is out until next year, September?
Cataract,
Who's going to be the left back? You're gonna have to
Cataract,
bring in somebody.
Cataract.
Let me
Remember,
stop.
for the '98 campaign, the players were brought in, quote unquote, last minute. Am I wrong or am I right?
Yes, but so are we using that now as the template?
So
We are saying to
and that's
you,
what I'm saying, and that's what I believe Nati Congo is asking. Why are we using the same template that follows everything to the T, and we're not getting the result? What else can we do? But you alluded to the fact that we could have gotten these players a little bit early
not a
or
little bit
earlier.
earlier. It is not about
But
getting the players either, coach. Let me be clear. You need to plan for the damn campaign.
all right.
Getting
Can I
players
just
is
interject?
only hold on. No, I know. Getting players is only one of the aspects of it. Organizing friendly matches. You can't organize. Look at Ecuador and Mexico. They took local based players and had a friendly. Our local based players have been sitting down since the JPL ended. Who get back fat again? Why are they no come? Why are they not in a camp? Why is there not a local camp? You can gather up to 50 people. Why is there not a local camp of 23 or 50? Keeping them sharp, teaching them the philosophy of Tapo. That's what you need to be doing. So you need to have a plan, coach, that it's not only about bringing in this player, that player. What is the friendly schedule? England organizes its friendly match all sometime 2 years in advance.
Because you know the window. You know the
Right, and I'm saying
international
it's now
window.
even easier because you know we should never have an international window where we're not playing games.
That's true.
And it's not, and we can't only play a national game. You have to play an under 23 game or under 20 game too.
Yeah, and I think Clovis De Oliveira said that last even that even if we're not getting the high profile games, we should at least try to get games in the Caribbean, because what that is doing is to get the players together. They're actually in a game situation. Like you said, Cataract, assimilation is taking place. And that's what is not
Absolutely.
happening. You were
But
saying,
coach,
Neil.
and I was
Yeah,
gonna say it comes back to the same issue. It is that it is not being run in a professional manner.
absolutely.
Okay? The marketing issues relates to the fact that it's not being run in a professional manner, and the qualification issues is because it's not being run in a professional manner. That's what it boils down to. We're asking ourselves, what is the problem? And we say, well, Cataract said that they're failing to plan, right? And why they feel, when you're a professional, right? There are certain things that you do within your organization. There's a schedule. There are people who are answerable. I mean, it is just the fact that it's not being run in a professional manner. And the truth is, when Rene Simoes was here, one of the things that was spoken about over and over again was the local players transitioning from being semi-professional to becoming professional, right? And so he led the way in raising the income that the semi-professional players could get, so that they would no longer have to work and play at the same time. You understand? And so many of them were able to look to improve their craft, because no, they didn't have to go to work and worry about food or worry about that. And he also asked for housing. There was the adapt the player program, right? And he also required from the JFF, just by his own actions, that they also had to step up their game, right? And the fact of the matter is that it goes back to that same thing. Because of the structure of the JFF and the unwillingness of the stakeholders, and everybody's grateful for them for nurturing football to the point that it is. But there has to be a transition from that now to professionals running the thing. It's the same thing with the EPL, right? This person who has taken over, is his name Christopher Williams? I'm not quite certain.
Yeah, Chris Williams.
Yeah. And he's brought some professionalism to it. And he loves football, but he's not saying that, you know what, I own a club. He's not saying that he's responsible for any particular parish. He's saying that he's a professional who loves football. He's not saying that he's a footballer who wants to be professional.
Right.
You see the big difference? So
Mm-hmm.
here comes this professional from the business world who wants to bring that experience and that know-how to
Mm-hmm.
football. What we have in the JFF is people, many of them, not all of them, and I hate to paint with broad strokes, but it appears this way to us. For lack of transparency, it seems that what we have is people who love football trying to be professional or who wish they were professional and not doing a very good job of that. Many of the people who make up the board, no disrespect to them, but we're still a third world country, right? And I can't imagine that the people who are in I don't know if many of them have a lot of corporate experience, right? And so, what you put in is what you're going to get out. And so again, I say they have to restructure the JFF, they have to rewrite the bylaws. There's just a whole lot of organizational
Yeah.
reform that
You're
needs to
right.
be done.
Right. Right.
And until we do that, it's not gonna change. Them say somebody who do the same thing over and over again and then expect a different result is a
Mm-hmm.
madman.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Because
them,
what would happen, each time the cover of the book gets torn, they just get a new paper and wrap it. And the new
yeah,
paper is gonna be a new president. But the contents of the book remain the same.
right, because it's coming from the same group of people
Exactly.
with the same idea, and they're all and so and that's the truth.
Coaches desk.
And
Oh, good night,
Welcome, Devon.
Coach
yeah,
Porter.
man, thanks, guys.
Go
I've
ahead.
been listening,
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
and I heard Cataract say one thing: if you fail to
Plan to fail.
plan to fail. Listen, we are in a World Cup qualifying year. The JPL just finished playing. All the top players from the JPL should be, even 25 players should be in camp training. We have a local national coach, should be training the best. Okay, Cavaliers have the youngest team and win the championship. Why they don't pick out the best youngsters and put them into camp and keep them there? Train them, because you never know. You might find one that can inject right now into the national team. Look at Chung. Look at Chung from Harborview. There are a lot of youngsters down there. But if you're not playing enough football, how are you going to get that opportunity for somebody to see you? The JPL just concluded was a short JPL. It is not enough football. So you should pick out the best of the best out of it and put them into camp and have the national coach train them.
Mr. Porter, I remember us discussing the same thing, and I remember people suggesting that it just would be too expensive to have a camp. And with all due respect to that, I mean, listen, even if the camp, you see, this is the thing. People who are involved in the parish associations, people who are involved in the club, the truth is, you know what? Maybe we can arrange something where this camp is held at a club if it's going to lessen the.
Near on a point of
Okay.
order.
How much?
Serious point of
How
order.
much is it? How
Near
much
on
is it?
near
Okay.
hold
What is
on,
it gonna
Coach Devon.
cost?
Coach Devon on a point of order.
Go ahead.
You always say if you think that education is expensive, try the cost of ignorance. If you think that a football camp is expensive, try the cost of not qualifying.
I agree with you, no,
Simple.
Cataract.
Let me
I
go
agree
even
with
let
you.
me go even further and deeper. The JFF owns a facility which includes housing, which is the
Exactly.
number one cost,
I was just going to make that suggestion.
right?
House the players and
Housing is
feed
the
them.
number
That's all you
one
have to do.
cost.
Good
The
nutrition.
JFS has a chef, so you just need to buy produce. Go down a Carnation and buy some of the lime from the man with head big and he knows broad and make lemonade. But then again, you have drink sponsors. You have Gatorade, Powerade, and all those sponsors. You don't need to do. You have sponsors. So you have sponsors for the water. You have sponsors for the juice. Unless you carry it to my yard, it certainly have enough for your camp. And the camps don't have to be lengthy. They can be a 1 week camp. You can have a 3 day goal or a 4 or 5 day goalkeeper camp. Bring in all the keeper them and Warren Barrett just work with them. You can have a strikers camp. You can have a
I agree.
defenders. You can have a defenders camp.
It is inexcusable.
Hold on, my general. When my our brethren named Mariapa, I don't know why you're flying back up. Why you never have Mariapa taking the central defenders in the JPL through their paces? Why did you
And not only that,
expend money to fly
you have
back?
the
Oh,
great Ian
me
Pepe
done, man.
Goodison down there. No,
No, man.
but
Hold on. Hold on. Me now go with great Pepe Goodison. Me I tell you, say, you have a Premier League level defender. Pepe was never a Premier League level defender. A championship Pepe player. You have a Premier League level defender, Adrian Mariappa, who has been there, done the business, who has gotten his coaching licenses, slick with. Have him coach his central defenders.
Yeah, man, him can
You
coach.
have Michael Hector. Bring the two of them, like two of them down, make them stay Tanya.
Hector now forward still.
Oh, yeah, kind little long broom, short broom, clum, threat. Right. But that man in the day Jamaica right now, so he can't forward while the man in the day Jamaica and cut way.
That now nothing for the
Receiver, what
rice.
the other river. It not nothing to do with it story deeper now.
And my youth, guess what? That to
It
talk, but you
can't be
can't
that
threaten
hard,
people's
bad man. It
life, my
can't be
youth.
that hard. It can't be that hard. It cannot be that hard. It cannot be that hard. Except if you have another agenda. And your agenda is not qualifying for the World Cup. It is using the national team to showcase players from your club so that they may get spotted in the international arena, or you fatten up their resume. So in a business, whether we win, lose, or draw. But you know what the fun thing about a camp is? You could probably call a camp and next thing the coach can say, well, whoa, we don't need all these British. Because I've had these guys here for a month, man, while Jamaica in between, and these guys are good. Damian
Somebody hit
Lowe,
the nail on the head.
Damian Lowe, we found that King and Ming and Pennycook, we found 3 central defenders. So just go and hold tight in Egypt there, so we're not going to spend that big expensive fare. Except it's not really the expensive fare from Egypt that's the problem. It's that you have a problem with British born players. You get the facetiousness that I'm saying, Sir Richard. But what you would do what you would do check messages. What you would do is that you would have the chance for the coach to run his eye over the talent. We, the public, because these things could be televised. I would watch a damn training session because I want to see if Akwasa Chung is really good. I want to see him and his 16-year-old can turn into the right back of the future. I want to know
but
when
Cataract,
Tavon Ross is going to
according to
bust.
South Croy, we don't speak on these issues.
No, but this is so no, coach. No, coach. It is really bad to mock the afflicted. If a man have a little mental problem and the madman when they don't know, let me kick out of the army when they're out and sit down outside South Camp Road. So I could have him a call him because him got more sense than when me hear so Christ. But the point, coach, and I don't want us to be diverted, is that the question is why is the organization doing the simple, no-brainer things? Then people wouldn't have a problem. Man would get to see say, man can't control the leather. Man can't shoot the ball and get the shots on target. But other man voice there, so I see a brethren join in a Chelsea blue.
Yeah, Dre, anyway, big up yourself and welcome.
This is
Good night.
not a Chelsea show, my brother, man.
Good
Gonna
night,
have to
Dre.
ask you to take out your white jersey or your green, or not your
Tomorrow,
green
should I
jersey.
wear tomorrow jersey there, no
Tomorrow,
man.
man, a previous man.
Yeah.
But
Good
Mm.
night,
not for
Dre. Good night.
not, not for another one for tomorrow too, cause all our team them are do good over here. No Chelsea, Lakers, Cowboys. We all up on the high ground right now, doing
Oh,
excellent.
oh,
But
Barcelona.
well, Barcelona is another story. Well, them looking upward because I see that them go fire them coach. So now they're making the step in the right direction. And the talk some hear some coaches involved. It's a good move, a good look for the future. But anyway, like you said tomorrow, I think that tonight about the Reggae Boys and the marketing and all that. I did watch the interview and I asked some very important questions. She did answer, struggle to answer one of them. But yeah, coach, we left some questions on the table, but she said she had to run and you had to honor the 1 hour, which is a good look, It'll get her back on the show again and spend
Yeah.
long time next time. Yeah, man. But it's always a pleasure over here. People, thanks for the support. Finally get to 1,000 subscribers. Channel being consistent, dropping videos daily. So keep up the good work and keep supporting the channel. Big up everybody. Sure.
Dre,
And
before you go, full respect on your 1,000
no,
subscribers. May you keep on pushing on. Dre, some of us weren't here to hear this interview. I mean, you're saying the marketing manager was on for an hour. Can you please tell me what you picked up, the key points that you picked up from that interview, please?
well, she need to be more educated. Well, I guess it's not important now because she's no longer, running the show. But I think we need to educate the JFF on the players that are out there and in the media. And we YouTubers are doing a good job, but I guess they're not following us because they don't take criticism and bantering as professionals.
Hey,
They
Dre,
are them
Dre.
thin skin. So they don't really follow us, but we are doing a great job educating them if they was to follow our platforms and the different players out there available. And she seems like she was one of them too, being that she recently was a part of the JFF. And she's mentioning players that hasn't done the national colors for a long time. Long
But I don't know if Miss Beckford was a part of the JFF. Was she, coach? I don't think Miss Beckford was a
No, I
part of the
don't know. I
JFF.
think if she did stints to assist, I don't know. But I know West Indies and Usain Bolt.
Right. Dre,
well,
I don't think she was a part. I don't think what she said was that she has always been a big fan
Right.
of the
You
Jamaican
say both
football.
president of JFF.
Right. But she wasn't. But she was not. I don't think she was
official
working
part, right?
in marketing capacity at the JFF.
No. But she said she has people. There are people there that she knows, and she tried to bounce ideas, but they sweep it under
It
the
Yeah,
fall
rug.
on deaf
Yeah.
ears.
Right,
right,
right.
right. I just thought it was important, Dre, to make that point because it may have come across as if she was the previous marketing
Yeah,
manager for the
yeah, yeah.
JFF,
No, no,
but
no,
she
no, no,
wasn't.
She
Okay,
no.
wasn't.
And
yeah,
I'm saying hashtag Usain Bolt for president of the JFF. You need some, yeah, man. Out of the box, man. And not think out of the box. You're saying, come up and run the campaign.
So what happened to
That
Chris
method.
Williams? Chris Williams wouldn't be a good pick, man.
Okay, it would be a good pick, but I'm looking at the fact that Usain Bolt can take out the phone and call Mason Greenwood and say, I'm Bolt. Do you want a pair of my spikes that I wore in Beijing?
And
Come
he's a
play for the
Manchester
Reggae Boys.
United fan too, so
Yeah,
that
man.
would make it even
But let
better.
me think outside that box now, and man, some man for run away.
But just the problem is, one day
Cook
Bolt
with
would want to do
himself.
anything like that.
He wanted to be in the national team. But
he
these
could be an
jokers,
ambassador.
these jokers, no, not ambassador, these jokers now, right? We have team like St. Kitts and St. Croix that you could have play and put both and make him get a one cap. You know what that would have mean for your brand? All idiot.
Excellent. Yeah,
You could have pick up one small Caribbean team and run out against them. Oh, the mighty man. We don't think. It's like members are friendly, so it doesn't matter. We could have given Usain Bolt a cap in a
Boss,
thing
that bring
that
in
never
so what
matter.
was fun. Right now, Puma that take
Puma
it.
with a sponsor, I think.
Puma that take the team. Big, quick and fast.
let me say
Bro,
some
bro,
people's paycheck is guaranteed whether or not the JFF is successfully marketed. Some people paycheck is guaranteed whether or not people qualify or don't qualify. And some man have been there forever collecting paycheck. Some man volunteer and get notoriety for being there. And that's the sad truth. So the truth of the matter
but
is
Neo,
them really, you know,
the sales of Bolt Reggae Boys jersey would be like Bob Marley's Legend album. It would
I
keep
agree with you
selling and financing the GFF
for
for a
years.
century. Years.
Mhm.
The aliens them that come down onto the earth when the time come, them are gonna dig up and look for the Bolt jersey.
Hey,
First
These
thing,
Cataract,
guys,
if I
these
ask,
first,
guys,
first
hold
thing.
on, hold on. These guys have no. That's what I'm saying to you. The marketing have to tie in to the technical, to the thing, and you understand where these things go. But I want to make a fundamental point, coach.
Well, on
Right?
before you make that point, the Qatar, I want to make this before. It was on the same point of if Bold comes in, it will. I guarantee you that anything Bold aligned with Puma, especially in sports, Puma would want to be a part of that. And once that happens, anything that Bolt is a part of will get more traction for the brand Puma. So I definitely believe that would be an excellent vehicle to, you know, push the brand, and they'll probably be so much into it because they sponsor a lot of football teams as well, And to have the reggae team, that would be a big thing. Continue,
But
Qatar.
Puma and Adidas are the two. Nike has come into the fold, but Puma and Adidas are the original football boot brands. If you had given Bolt a call into the squad, you could have immediately said to Puma, look here, let us talk strategy. And I'm not twanging. I'm just hoping that maybe if we speak in a different accent, they will understand. Because when we come and talk regular, they not get what we are saying.
oh
The
yo,
general
but check
have
it.
to play 90 minutes. The general does have a command for the last 10 minutes. Pan the wing. With no
Cat,
problem, and then just run 2 times, blaze down the ring. You know how many views that would get? How look
how
here,
many
man.
views
Every
did
time I play,
Manchester United get?
look
Manchester
here.
United fly boats to come watch the game. And when boats sit down in the stands,
And then pick him up.
BBC,
And then pick him up.
NBC,
Yeah, man.
ABC,
Yeah, man.
Telemundo, all the Chinese, every major television network in the world ran that picture of Usain Bolt at the stadium to watch Manchester United play,
You are correct, Neil
right?
Savin. And even imagine
And
if
what?
we had a press
Yeah.
conference and Bolt is sitting there,
And what do
man, we'd have
we do?
COVID.
What do? We have sent one of our number one ambassadors overseas, and me know say enough people are Manchester United fans. But me
Yeah,
I
man.
talk about the black, green,
Coach,
and gold.
coach
You
of Manchester
understand?
United fan.
Yeah, we are talking about the black, green, and gold because, coach, I am coming to the painful realization that many Jamaicans are just way more interested in the EPL than they are in the national team,
Certainly,
and
certainly.
I am confused. I mean, I don't know. I know that I am here in the United States. I watch the EPL sometimes, but certainly my enthusiasm for the EPL is pale in comparison to my enthusiasm for the national team.
Mm-hmm.
But back to Bolt though. I mean, Bolt was there sitting in the stands with Manchester United. Them fly him there. I mean, so as Cataract says, that's golden. You
Mm-hmm.
understand?
Look
So
at
And
the bold jersey. I wouldn't print the bold jersey. You see the one where I'm wearing and sweating. Huh? I am telling you, that can go for about 50, 100 million US, the
them,
multi-billionaire. It will put in a glass
yo,
case.
them can put that in a one trust, brethren.
mm-hmm.
You
I'm telling
understand?
you, man, I know
But you
some
see
dunce
the thing
now.
about
Look at me.
about us, we have very good athletes. We have very talented athletes right across the sporting sphere. But you see, I believe I did a video some months ago about maladministration, and I do believe that sports in the Jamaican area or region is not seen as a business. Hence, persons who are not trained as sports marketers, all these fancy names, they just not trained in the area of sports. So they just come up and take up something. A man is just working vicariously when they should have the knowledge
Stop,
of
coach. Coach, vicariously. Shut up. Did you get that one? Vicariously. Just
Vicariously.
put it in your library. Go
so
ahead,
so
coach.
so
Coach.
so what I'm saying is that we lack the professionalism
And coach,
and
it's
the
worse than that.
personnels that are supposed to be working in these capacities.
Coach, I am reliably informed
Jesus.
that there are many professionals who have sent emails, who have reached out
Mm-hmm.
to the JFF to volunteer their services.
Mm-hmm.
As just like how we've had players who've reached out to the JFF and volunteered their services and show interest.
Ben
And
Godfrey.
no email is returned. There's no response. People called the JFF and say and they've been told, hold the line, and nobody never come back, so them hang up.
Mm.
So some people are not interested in having those people or having those type of people into the organization because the truth is they're so comfortable where they are, or they think that the people don't know enough about football. When knowing about football and how to play football, it's not a prerequisite for being
Mm-mm.
able to run an organization
Mm-mm.
professionally.
You have to be trained in the area. You have to. Whether you do short courses, whether you do a diploma, whether you do a first degree, second degree, you ought to be trained in the area. You can't just get up and just oh, me have a knowledge of this. All right, you see what coaches do, and that's why they say most times the best players don't necessarily be the best coaches, especially when it come on to Jamaica. These people used to play, them see them coach do a little thing. They don't know why it is being done, but they in the community get a whistle, get some ball that because they used to play the game and start something. I have a throng of people that follow them, or a cadre of youths that follow them. What they do They just do based on past knowledge, previous knowledge. But to ask them to make that periodization, to prepare the team to peak at a particular time, they don't know. All right. So why was the coach doing this at this particular time of the season? They don't know.
Coach, again, you have to take your time. Periodization.
And cadre.
Periodization. Shatter. That's
And
big word. There's
I
another
did
small
not
one.
say
Cadre.
thong. I did not say thong pagan. I said throng.
He said a
From
throng.
Throng.
Throng. But there may be people, there may be people
CHRRONG.
in thongs within the throng, right? Which they usually are.
Aya.
Quite a lot of few people in thongs in the throng. But let me tell you something. They were in my throng today. um, Coach,
Oh, yeah, sir.
you're making a point. Look here. The CEOs of hospitals are not
You
doctors.
shut down
Coming
him
an
full
edict.
Are
minister
not
now.
doctors. Don't shatter. You can't spell that word. Right.
You leave off the next
He's
syllable.
having
The next
problem. He's
section
having
of the
problem.
syllable.
Google shatter. Or ask Siri. Ask your girlfriend Siri if she's not too busy sitting in the next man car. Now they always just talking.
CHRONG. Cadre. CADRE. Proceed.
Lord of His mercy, and that's from the English. Coach,
Yeah.
what I want to say is, and this is a good discussion to have. And we keep having to have this and taking us away from footballing matters like Jamal Lowe being on the score sheet today. You know,
Mhm. No man, tomorrow we
um,
discuss all of these things, man.
you know,
And
I
tomorrow we
was
do that.
saying
Yeah.
that thing, but look here, chip chop. We is about vision, and if you don't have the same vision, then your goals and your strategy and your targets will be different. The JFF's targets are how many local footballers then can get transferred to the European market, MLS and USL, so that they can get their money. That's their target. Our target is going to the knockout phase of the World Cup. So you can see
If that is the case, that
we're
is
at
bad
cross
going.
purpose. We're at cross purposes.
But
But you were told it,
coach,
it was stated clearly not once but twice.
but coach,
Mr.
even
Mr.
if that is the
Mr.
case though,
Mr. Speed
o-
double down on it. Sorry,
other
sorry.
other federations benefit from having their players being purchased in the overseas market,
Mm-hmm.
right? That is not something that should be a problem.
No.
It becomes a problem when
Prime it is
it is your main and
primary,
primary
right.
aim.
Right. That is the
And
issue.
So
for
mere
and
coverage. Mere
furthermore,
coverage.
you cut
That
off your nose to spite your face when that becomes your primary target, because to the extent that you professionalize the thing, reinvest the money, you're not going to have two or three players. You're going to have many players. If Jamaica makes it to the World Cup three times in a row, if you think we have players all over the world now, let us make it to the World Cup three times in a row and see what happens.
Because
Brazil,
people don't hear a man say, oh, that's fun. I'm born in Jamaica. My grandfather from Jamaica.
that's
Yeah.
right.
Because we have teachers
Brazil,
over China.
yeah,
We have
And
Brazil,
teachers over
Japan.
China and
And
Japan.
Japan, yeah man.
Look here. It's a
yeah,
All over
worldwide
the
thing.
world.
Marketing Jamaica is a different thing. You can't market Jamaica like how you market Ecuador. But some countries, they want their players to stay in the league, like Mexico,
Mm-hmm.
because it's better for their league because they have got the broadcasting.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of rights that the United States, we call them the Spanish speaking
right.
channels
Yes,
pay
yes, yes,
for
yes.
Liga MX. They don't want their best talents going. That's why
Right.
they
So
pay their
they're
best talents well.
So
yeah.
because we don't have that, we have to send out our best talent.
Well, they've made
That's
it to the
part of
World
it.
Cup, and they have made it to the World Cup over and over again.
You're right,
Mexico,
right,
that
right,
is
right.
right,
So
and so they're putting the work to reap that benefit. But we make it one time, right? And then what do we do is to our aim is to sell them. We put in the carriage before the horse.
hey, you see on that day, November 16,
Yeah.
1997,
Mm-hmm.
a, an action plan should have been set up immediately. Don't get carried away. Or are we just settling for the one qualification? action plan should I not set up? I saw champions do them thing, you know. You win Saturday night at champs, Sunday morning, you recruit, and I put plans in place for next season. And sometimes
Right.
recruit throughout. You see me I say? So this model that is being used and we qualify and nothing is being put in place. If it was put in place, then that simply means there would have been nobody there to execute it.
But
And
when you
that
have
will cause an issue.
When you have Bibi that was sold, and you have other players from different clubs that were sold at around that time, and some people taste that money,
Mm-hmm.
right? The thought was, this is what we need to continue to have happen. And worse yet,
Mm-hmm.
the people involved in the clubs are also administering the football. So the business model is sell our club players, make their resume, build their resume, etc., feature them, etc., right? So the business model is that we're going to market our players through the national team, right? And it seems to me that that is a model that has continued at the expense of the development of the program. So again, as I said before, there's a conflict of interest. I'm not saying that everybody is bad or people have bad or corrupt motives. That's not what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying. All I'm saying is it developed that way because, as I said before, it seemed to work to them. But they
Mm-hmm.
were they only saw half of the story.
Right, right.
The other half of the story was that Rene Simoes was given control over a lot, and the captain could ram things on people's throats. And to an extent, we were lucky.
Listen to me. I think when Jamaica College won the football competition the last time, they sat down and go on motorcade and all these things. The work started the very night.
Yep.
So you have to approach them thing then and not get carried away. Yes, you're glad for the victory. You're feeling good. Exuberance is running around. But the work has to continue because what? After you qualify, after you win, you have to maintain that. And maintenance is very, very important, especially if you're running a huge company, especially if you have your house, you have to maintain these things. Especially if you have, well, your body is a perfect example. You have to maintain your body. You understand?
So,
So the
coach,
maintenance of the thing, boy, I don't know.
coach, somebody asked a question: is Mr. Speed bad for the Jamaica men's national team? Given that he thinks so. No, nobody can say he's bad for the
No, I
Jamaica
don't
men's
think
national
he's bad
team.
for the
We're
team.
saying that there's a conflict of interest, and wherever there's a conflict of interest in more developed jurisdictions, that is not permitted under the law. The business of Mr. Speed best serves Jamaica by coaching the young player. If you are going to be this national scout, you're the national scout. You can't align to no club because you go scout the
It,
player them from your club. I just saw
it
it
is
out.
not it is not permitted under Jamaican law, and it is not permitted under the rules of the GFF, except that Mr. Speed says that what they do is to screen him for conflicts, right? And that he doesn't have the power to select the team,
Come on,
right?
so Neil, that is like Bill Clinton saying, "I smoked but I didn't inhale," or Dog Paw the commissioner saying, "Look, you screen me each time to see if my gun is illegal or if I was at the murder scene." What is that?
You know, it could
What is
be
who does that?
it
What
could
is that?
I agree with you. It could be that Mr. Speed is very ethical and that he is not doing any of the things that we would not want him to do. That could be the case. It could
Yeah,
be that he's also doing things that we wouldn't want him to do. The truth is we are speculating. I don't have any proof of anything really, but the appearance of it is bad enough. And I don't think that. I think that merely, even if you screen for conflicts, and even if Mr. Speed is the exception, putting people in that position is just not a good thing, which is why it is not done, which is why it is not allowed.
So hold on.
Is
So
it been done
let
anywhere
me
else
go.
in the world?
I don't know. We don't know everywhere in the world, coach. But I want to challenge Neil. We had a goalkeeper in Dylan Barnes. Not Dylan Barnes. Our third screen goalkeeper, Dennis Taylor,
Mm-hmm.
who was in the club with the chemistry and had a game, played outstanding in that game for all intents and purposes, only conceded one goal, wasn't his fault. Hadn't been able to get a chance in the Gold Cup, and then he is dropped from the third string. That means he's not the man where I got come on the field if the man get a red card or get injured. He's the man after the man. We are told that the reason is because his team got knocked out 2 weeks before and JD White played 2 weeks later. So now, and that you had to be able, you must be playing now. So I want to see now if JD White are going to make a team because he has not played for the last month. So are we going to follow? That's what I call out people and come tell me no bull crap like me no go to school, brother. Like we are yammed. When you
And
cut it
I'm not
out, know that when you know that coach is just
okay.
we are thinking people here. We might have different professions, but none of we are a fool. You can't come with
Hold on, Qatar.
expectation to people.
People, he said thinking people, not stinking people. So I hope you get that clear. Continue.
Sometimes the robot doesn't hear properly. Right? I'm just saying, no man coach, me I laugh and joke, but I tell you it's serious. I don't like no man take me for idiot, brother. Me get dark and for fool. Right? Look here. You can't come here and put this little nice words together, because we went to university in England. Who you some man go to university in America? Yeah, better than us. So the speaker spoke. Once a man starts speaking spoken, I get very attentive, because he tries to slip a lot of things in there. Like me never have to sit down and listen to a lecture or a song like Sir Richard for days, so we can understand what you're saying, and I can tell you when it don't make no sense. If you are the head of the technical committee, you come and tell me say you don't have nothing to do with to pick the team. So what you do? You select the masseuse, you select the physio. You are creating the pool, and then the coach picks from the pool. So if you put 30 Cavalier man in that pool, then the chances are, the probability, shall I get that word? The probabilities are you
But he,
selected, you
Qatar,
selected
he
up,
did
you
say,
selected, you selected you had a player in the pool in Jamoy Topi who
hmm
is in no way, shape, or form fit for any physical activity.
but in fairness, Qatar, not to defend him, he did say that he doesn't know why the player was selected. So,
Don't tell me crap, man, because I will get ignorant. The
but
player selected
Boga.
because
Qatar,
he was in
Qatar,
the pool.
a
He was
man
in the
said that,
pool. No, look
a
here,
man
man.
said that
Look
in front
here.
of us. So
Look
why you
here.
never get the dark and full at that time?
No, but no, that would not be appropriate to be thrown out of the
Okay,
thing.
okay.
But I want to come say that on here. Let me say to him, who put him in that pool? If you never there in that pool, the coach couldn't see him. He couldn't sign a contract. I couldn't play for Reggae Boys.
This is what I will say. I think a lot of people agree that Mr. Speed is a good coach, that he's been around Jamaica football for a long time, and that he's also one of the people who are very adamant about getting the younger players into the programs. And I've heard people say that about him. Um, I think that he's a victim of his own success because he's successful in those areas, right? They want to bring him into the JFF. But again, the problem is the structure of the JFF, right? You need professionals running it, right? And so what they believe is they believe that the word professional means people who coach football and have been around football. And so they bring in somebody like Mr. Speed who's wearing two caps at the same time, right? And therefore he is being forced to give up his club or give up his role in the GFF when it is evident to everybody that the GFF need all the professionals that them can get. Mr. Speed is also an accountant, and somebody may have said he works in a bank. So that sort of professionalism is needed in the GFF. And again, they're asking him, give up, So we're saying that he's being put in an impossible position, and he should not be. I agree with you, Cataract. It's an appearance of conflict of interest without
Mm-hmm.
a doubt.
But
And
Neil,
even
what
though,
does the bylaw says in regards to that?
well, let me get to it.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the bylaw says that there should be no conflict of interest. There should be no self-dealing,
Mm-hmm.
right? But of course, the people who make up the board of directors in the JFF are people similar to Mr. Speed, who either at one
Yeah,
point in time was associated with a club or who are now working as parish association heads. And
Mm-hmm.
so basically,
so
what are they going to do? This person is somebody like them, and as far as in their mind, they don't see it as a conflict. They see it as an asset.
Mio, let me ask you. You said you made us. You made give us a bit on of jurisprudence. I know nothing about the law, but I want you to just expand. You said no self dealing. So if the owner and head coach of Cavalier selects a Cavalier player for the pool, not the team, because he doesn't do that for the pool, isn't that self dealing?
Well, here's the thing, and I believe I brought that up. I,
Hmm.
I think I think Mr. Speed suggested that it was unclear whether or not he was somebody who selected the pool. But I suggested, I don't think I
No,
wasn't on it
no,
with
no.
him.
The technical committee selects the pool. The coach selects the squad from the
Well,
pool.
so
The
Cataract,
pool
here's the point.
signs a contract, and only contracted players can play for the country.
And
That's something
Cataract,
that. Sorry.
no, I'm saying I have been singing that song ever since I come on coach's desk. Because I've said all along that when people say Tapa, pick the team, all Tapa is doing is picking from this pool of players that were picked for him.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And so it's like you tell a man, say, you know, he's going to drive this red car, but he can either go through the back door or the front door. But you're going to drive that red car. Now the choice is yours, which door you're going to walk through. It's not exactly like that, but I agree with you. If you give a man a closed pool of players to select from, and you fill it with the players that you want and who will benefit you, then that is very problematic.
Let me make this point. I remember Orville Paul was on this show, and he said that you need football persons or quote unquote football minds to be a part of the club because you don't want anyone doing certain things that are not football oriented.
A part of the
And
GFF or club.
clubs,
Okay.
right? So basically, I don't know if you if we are okay with the issue that is taking place with Montego Bay United
And
and
what other?
Odada. We learned a few days ago that a member of the JFF is actually on the board of the Montego Bay United team. So what the person is actually saying is that because of that, which is quote unquote conflict of interest again, then the what other team had no choice or options to make it to the Premier League. So they
No
just
chat.
selected.
The book was cooked. The book was cooked. Somebody
So
called the game.
so
Talking to talking to play. Somebody called the game.
so I'm one. So it brings back to the point now that it's a is it is it the correct term to say a syndicate of persons who are actually involved in clubs here and there, and they're
But
still a part of
coach,
the
coach,
federation.
in the United States,
Yes.
and neo sovereign will issue me, and I'm gonna make my point. It's called RICO. They'll be fined under the RICO Act. That's racketeering.
All right. Let
It,
me
it
say
is,
this.
and hold on. Let me just say, this.
All right.
It is when you get a certain persons collude. When you collude, no, this should have been declared. Is after the fact it have come out. Why would you want a two team to play a game? You'd earn more money, get some TV rights to qualify. What was this indecent haste? What was the jumping through the hoop? Why this new program? Why the man couldn't register in club by email to play them? Well, there must be more than one way. But I want to come back to you with that statement about people with football. It is a total and utter fact. The Sheik or whatever named them prince from the kingdom in Saudi that just buy Newcastle don't know nothing about football.
It's just a business mogul,
Amanda,
right?
Amanda, whatever she named, don't know nothing about football.
It's just they are
This
just business
They know
mogul,
about
and it was
business.
yeah.
And let me go even further. Derby County is being run by accountants and auditors who know nothing about business. They are there to balance the books. If them get up in a gallery and say Ravel Morris must be sold, the coach can cry bloody blue murder. Him go and get sold down
And
to Swindon Town
that's why my club
because hold
Manchester
on,
United is under pressure because of
hold,
these
hold,
persons
hold
that
on,
are
no,
running the club.
man, hold on. Coach, your issue, man, they have a deeper issue than all your five and go and chill. Because why did they give Lee five at least? We did score one goal. It was 5-1. We never get the 5-0. Coach, let me
Mm.
just say this. There are decisions that have to be taken for the health of the club. You don't need to know nothing about football. You need to know if you buy a player for 50 million, you only have 30 million in the bank. And then when you sell back that player who depreciates in value over due to age and injury, you can only sell him for 20 million. Then you would have made a loss of 30 million. And when you calculate the time value of money, you probably lost about 100 million. These are the calculations they make. They can tell you, okay, buy that player. Yes, he's young, he has potential, he can grow in value. Go ahead. But when you're running, football is entertainment and football is a business. The one thing that people keep saying football is a sport is thirdly because if you're not entertaining the patrons, they're not going to watch or
There's
come.
always the business of sport.
Yes, but if you're not entertaining the patrons, they won't come.
Yeah, man, entertainment is a part of it.
Right? You heard Clovis last night. I caught a piece of him in between the at that point of the night. You don't kiss babies because they are in their beds. But you press flesh. I was like, caught a little bit when he said his style is an attacking style.
Hmm.
His philosophy, the attacking philosophy, is not tied down to formations. He's tied down to a philosophy of attack being the best form of defense. And that when you have the opposition on the back foot, it's hard for them to get on the front foot. I heard those things, and he don't really
Hmm.
speak good English.
Yeah.
But we coming to the end of the program, and I don't want to damage. I just want to say, listen, I want the Jamaica football team to reach the knockout stages of the World Cup. And to do so, you have to qualify first and then you have to win in the group stages, which will be very hard because it means you'll have to beat one of the top 8 teams in the world because they're all seeded. And then you're going to have a second set of seeded players, and we are going to in a third or fourth pot. But I just say, let us get on one board. And marketing is not that hard. You're going to market the thing. If you never do, just do an online course, man. And I remain, and my last point, and other people have to get in 30-second coach. The market, the lady was a peasant. Who don't like it, drop asleep. Don't wake up. The
Well,
evidence is here.
she's out now, so
Yeah, but it's a man that call up before. What should I call a lady? And if she should have come on the programs and spoke to the difficulty she was having. Big up the man we say, lime them big like me head and broad like my nose. Go to GFF and see if you can get a work now. 'Cause you know for market better than that. You see what I say? You know for market. Now the woman them market bleaching cream, you know, them well bleach out, you know. You think them black like midnight?
No,
Nobody a buy from them.
them white like a
The
chalk.
white like chalk and snow white.
Yes.
Yeah. The other man them jumping a certain piece. Big up on the service,
Neo.
you know what I say?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Let me
jump
just
on
Cataract,
the
let me
show.
just say
hold on.
Big up the
Cataract,
whole
next time
team,
when you talk,
Cataract.
yeah, go near, closer to the mic. It sounds better when,
Oh, it sounds better when
yeah,
I'm thinking. Or
yeah, man.
maybe I just need to adjust something, you know. Hold on, let me see if I can adjust because this mic is adjustable. Sound better now, coach?
Yeah,
Without a
man.
way? Yeah,
But
it's God.
yeah,
It's digital, you know. Yeah. Ricky Dunks. You can't just come in late on the thing and in a big general in the arm, you know, and it spot you, you know, you never say cataract, 'cause you hope someone will see you. You understand? Right. Man, me move like His Excellency are running away out of the whole thing. Coach, big man them there. Me want a 1 minute. Big man them. Could you sit in a congregation and the pastor call up your wife and tell her to strip naked at the church no matter? This is the one that has been bothering me the most, coach.
cataract. That is
No,
off.
after this,
No,
no,
that is
after
off,
discuss.
the ear talk. Off the ear talk.
No, the man them like comment them. This is
Them have
what go on in Jamaica. You sit down in a church
cataract. That husband, them probably
congregation.
never did it. Him never did it.
No, the man said the man was there.
No,
Remember
sir,
say
him
he did it.
can't did it.
Brother, remember say
Him
man
can't
did
did
this
it.
a bad man.
Cataract, him can't be there. He must did
Brother,
it in body, but in spirit not did it because
people just make me look like me I wonder if Jamaica just gone fufu like everybody I am in.
him can't did it.
Your
That
wife, you
just
know, not your catty, you know, your wife to
cataract.
trip naked in a church. Cause Adam and Eve. That is something when me a picnic and I try get to the girls, be telling them fufu story there. Big man still I tell people there's something. Like say
Ah,
you don't get pregnant if you're standing up.
cataract, mute,
Georgia.
mute,
Cataract.
cataract,
Cataract. Yes. You have
People,
some people with
Jamaica
gullible in the
gone.
cataract.
mute.
Jamaica
Cataract.
gone.
You have some people still gullible into certain things, you know.
No, but coach, we have a talk about them thing. And the
Listen to me.
third day come and the man has not arose from the
Li-
dead.
cataract, listen to me. When I
Them
talk
say, them say
about
they couldn't. Them say they couldn't find the body at the
when
morgue. It looked like the man beat Jesus,
when
cause
we
Jesus
talk
it take
about
3 days.
cataract, when we talk
Yeah, man.
about the Premier League, man come around here and fling stone and buckle. And you got His Excellency. Me don't want to talk about him around here.
No,
Near your time.
no, coach, because there's a lot of them. You know. Remember, Renato Adams said there are many, many more.
Yeah, then the police we got to do their work. And the people them for wise up. That's
And
all
the
I have to
Jamaican
say.
people, if you in here and in our culture, take on yourself neatly. And if you pass a need for the pay insurance, like him and you there, take on
Near
yourself neatly.
near your
Put your
time,
father
near.
and your kids.
Cataract,
But
mute
it's
no
so
cataract.
Jarvis first, pick up yourself. Eh.
You're a
yeah,
few
coach.
you're a minute
Yeah, coach.
closer. Mm-hmm.
I'll just say two things, three things. So the first thing is when you're a part of an organization and you're closed off to the world, sometimes you can start do crazy things, just like how cults do crazy things.
Mm-hmm.
You can't your rational self is dulled and you start to behave as a group on the things that are counterproductive. And I kind of feel like that is what happens when you close your door to other ideas, you close your door to other people. And so I think that sometimes looking from the outside and looking in at JFF, we heard Miss Beckford said tonight, she's offered um counsel to them and nobody's answered.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a huge problem. The
Yeah.
other thing I want to say is that um you know the rules that talk about self dealing and conflicts of interest are rules that are inside of the JFS articles of incorporation, right? So that's their own internal rules. The problem is that the board of directors are the ones who are supposed to enforce these rules. And so if everybody in the organization is of the same mind, then they will not enforce the rules because they don't want the rules to be enforced against them when it's their turn. Thirdly, I think I just remember discussing with you that there are there are also provisions in the bylaw and the articles of incorporation which allow the board of directors and the president to punish Paris Association members who step out of line. So this is another reason why people may not speak out. So it's either they're in on it, or if them speak out, they're going to get ostracized and freezed out.
Mm-hmm.
And again, coach, I'm looking at it from the structure of the thing, and I'm just afraid to say that the structure, the bylaws, all of these things need to be changed because until they are, we're going to keep on having the same mistake. We're going to keep on having the same people there, and it's not going to change. Um, Hopefully, in this space on social media, we'll continue to beat that drum until we see some movement.
All right. Dre.
Yeah, to sum it all up, very interesting topic tonight. You Thanks again for bringing this light to the public and to the football fans, both locally and internationally, um, in diaspora and all corners of the world. Because I see United States here, Jamaica here, United Kingdom, Canada is here. All corners of the globe, the show is being represented and watched, and and a lot of people got educated about the whole marketing aspect, and that was a good interview earlier on tonight. And Richard, go rewatch it again. Who came late, go ahead and rewatch it again. It's worth it. Again, once more, thanks to everybody who subscribed to the channel. Let's share the channel. Those who haven't subscribed, subscribe. Appreciate the support and the continued support and growth of the channel.
Yeah, man. Big
Big
up to
up,
Dre.
coach. Yeah, man.
Big up to Dre and congratulations on your 1,000 subscriber.
Yeah, man.
Richard.
Well, Dre, always a pleasure. I'm going to be going onto your site and definitely posting some comments because I've got an interest in some of those clubs that you're following. So prepare to receive some incoming lively comments. CD, this show has been one of the most eye-opening I've heard in a while. I will be rewinding late Sunday afternoon and listening again to the show. The issue of marketing the Jamaican national team, arguably the finest crop of talent we've ever had, has been really eye-opening. And you know that I love to speak, and I believe that, and I'm looking forward to when you and other shows get representation or representatives from the JFF to speak, to give themselves the chance to speak. Because you know the old saying, there are more questions. There's a song there are more questions than answers.
Keep it.
Well, oh, God, no, you're right, you know. Oh, God, you're right. Thank you, sir. Oh, God.
Oh God.
Oh,
Oh God.
listen. Me all right so far. My
Yeah,
Lord.
man.
Listen, we have listened to Cataract, we've listened to Neo, who has spoken so much of what I wanted to say, your good self, and Dre. I want to know why the Jamaican national team isn't marketed more professionally. I think we've touched on some of the actual answers. And when we've talked about people like Usain Bolt, Shelly Ann Fraser, I heard was mentioned, Elaine, bigging up the chance for them or opportunity for them to big up Jamaica and big up the national footballing team. Well, we've got in the JFF, shall we be diplomatic, some questions and some issues structurally and in terms of their managing skills and their experience. So we really need to offer them the chance to step up. But I think going forward, there needs to be a change in the JFF. I mean, Nia was talking about, America and having a non-profiting as well as profiting arm, and I think there were lessons to be learned. The whole issue of conflict of interests. I mean, is the Jamaican national team primarily there to encourage and be a shop window for Jamaican-born players, or with ready-made products and outstanding talent plying their trade in the United Kingdom and Europe? Jamaicans, get that again, Jamaicans are showing that the national team can be represented by outstanding talent, but identifying it, being comfortable in marketing them, it's a challenge on so many levels. So this show has been a real insightful one, and it's a ticklish subject. It really is a ticklish subject, and I'm looking forward to the JFF coming up, stepping up, and speaking. The marketing person, I understand that you want them to come back. I look forward to them returning because we've had a bag of questions and we've offered some answers, and I want to see if we can find some middle ground and positivity going forwards. Coaches, that's again, I salute you. I've listened again to the show and look forward to tomorrow's final triple treat. But this marketing aspect is, yeah, we've touched on some sore points, and I think there are questions that really need to be answered so we can call a spade a spade. And thanks for the commenters, by the way. I saw some of the comments that you put up, and it's clear that the listening audience are fans of the sport that we
Mm-hmm.
love. And I think there's so much opportunities that we can only tap into with a professional, open-minded, and empathetic mind. I salute, and I look
Yeah,
forward
man.
to the final triple treat tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
That's it.
Respect to Richard, but I just want to make it absolutely clear that, to my knowledge, Carole Beckford has not or is not a member of the Reggae Boys marketing team, or she wasn't a member of the Reggae Boys marketing team, from my knowledge. So just to make that clear again. So I definitely want to thank all the persons who tuned in tonight. Um, Indeed, it was a good show. Thanks to Carole Beckford, who came on and talked to us about the marketing aspect of sports, the business aspect of sports, which I do believe that we as a nation, we have missed it so very often. You understand? And we really want to put these content out there so that persons will be uh, in a state where they are in the know. You know what I mean? I really appreciate Carl Beckford being here. Thanks to our resident attorney and Neo Sovereign for passing through as well. Dre Anyweather, people just remember to continue to support Dre Anyweather, the Chelsea CEO, the Chelsea boss. Just continue to support his channel as well. Big up to Richard as usual, the man from up in London. He gives us a British experience and a British point of view where the stream is concerned. Sometimes he cries, sometimes he sings, sometimes he tells you a poem, sometimes he asks questions. But nevertheless, he brings the flavor with him. Big up to all the persons in the comment section. Thanks again. Second night of the triple cheat, you have been good, and we look forward to the final night, which is Jersey night. So roll out your jerseys, people. Support your team. We might not see you in the comment section, but put on a jersey, and the panelists put on a jersey and represent. You know what I mean? So thanks again, people. Definitely,
Chelsea.
we'll definitely see you tomorrow if everything is well, and I will definitely be working assiduously to get the the the, the new system up and running. We're having a little bit of difficulty with it, but definitely we will sort that out because technology comes with issues, but they come with also as a part of it where persons can fix. So we'll fix it. Thanks again, people. Like I normally say, peace out. Take care of yourself. Until next time, we will do this all over again. Ken.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.